just the absence of information means that actually your circumstances are your best choice to attack. There's this thing that political economists call commitment problems, which are basically saying there's some big power shift that you can avoid by attacking now. So it's like a dynamic incentive. It's sort of saying, well, in order to keep something from happening in the future, I can attack now, and because of the structural incentives, even though we're in theory really costly, but it is really costly nonetheless. And then there's these sort of human things. One's a little bit like just war. One's sort of saying there's like ideologies or principles or things we value that weigh against these costs. Like exterminating the heretical idea or standing up for a principle might be so valuable to me that I'm willing to use violence, even if it's costly. And there's nothing irrational about that. And then the fifth bucket is all of the irrationalities, all the passions, and all of the most important things, the misperceptions, the way we get we basically make wrong calculations about whether or not it's the right decision we get. We misunderstand or misjudge our enemy or misjudge ourselves.
But if you put all those things into buckets, so how much can it be modeled in a simple game theoretic way, and how much of it is a giant human mess?
So 4 of those 5 are really, on some level, easy to think strategically and model in a simple way. In the sense that any of us can do it, right? We do this all the time. Think of bargaining in a market for carpet, whatever you bargain for. You're thinking a few steps ahead about what your opponent's going to do, and you stake out a high price, like a low price, and the seller stakes out a high price. Like folks say, "Oh, I could never accept that." There's all this sort of cheap talk, but you kind of understand where you're going, and it's efficient to find a deal and buy the market. So we all understand this, game theory strategy. Or maybe even a closer example is suppose you have a tenant you need to evict. Any normal kind of legal, it's not yet illegal, right? We just have a dispute with the neighbor or something else. Most of us don't end up going to court. Going to court is the war off. It's the costly thing that just not good. You have to be able to find something that doesn't, require this hiring lawyers, long drawn out trial, and most of the time we do. Right, and so we all understand that, and then 4 of those 5 buckets, so everything except all the irrational misperceptions are really easy to model. And from a technical standpoint, it's actually pretty tricky to model misperceptions. And I'm not a game theorist, and so I'm more channeling my colleagues to do this and what I know. But not rocket science, and I think that's what I try to lay in the book is that there's all these ideas up there that can actually help us make sense of all these tools, and it bring some order to the morons.
Well, to push back a lot of things in one sentence. So first of all, rocket science is actually pretty simple. People are like, hey,
I'll defer to you actually.
Well, I think it's because unfortunately it's very engineering. It's very well defined. The problem is well defined. The problem with humanity is that it's actually complicated. So it is true it's not rocket science, but it is not true it's easy because it's not rocket science. But the problem, the downside of game theory is not that it helps us make sense of the world. It projects a simple model of the world that brings us comfort in thinking we understand.
Yeah.
And sometimes that simplification is actually getting at the core first principles on understanding of something. And sometimes it fools us into thinking we understand. For example, mutually assured destruction is a very simple model. People argue all the time whether that's actually a good model or not. But there's empirical fact that we're still alive with human civilization. And also, in the game theoretic sense, do we model individual leaders and their relationships? The staff, the generals, or do we also have to model the culture, people, the suffering of the people, the economic frustration, the anger, the distrust? You have to model all those things. They come into play. And sometimes, again, being romanticizing those things historical perspective. But when you look at history, when you look at the way wars start, it sometimes like a little bit of a misunderstanding escalates, escalates, and just builds on top of itself, and all of a sudden it's an all-out war. It's the escalation with nobody hitting the brakes.
So I mean, you're absolutely right in, like, in the sense that it's totally possible to oversimplify these things and take the game theory too seriously. And people who study those things and write those models, and people like me who use them can sometimes make a mistake. I think that's not the mistake that most people make most of the time. It's actually true. So I think most people are actually really quick, whether it's the US invasion of Afghanistan or Iraq, they're really quick to blame that on the humanness and the culture. And so we're really quick to say, oh, this was George W. Bush's either desire for revenge and vengeance, or some private agenda, or blood for oil. So we're really quick to blame it on these things, and then we tend to overlook the strategic incentives to attack. Which I think we're probably done. I think those things might have been true to a degree, but I don't think they were enough to ever bring those wars about. It's just like, I think people are very quick to sort of, in this current invasion, to sort of talk about Putin's grand visions of being the next Catherine the Great, or nationalist ideals, and some miscalculations. Are really quick to say that must be, and then kind of pause, really stop there, and not see strategic incentives. And so I guess we have to do both. But the strategic, I guess I would say, like, the war is just such a big problem. It's just so costly. But the strategic incentives and the things that game theory has given us are, like, really important in understanding why there was so little room for negotiations to bargain that things like leaders' mistakes start to matter, or leaders' nationalist ideals or delusions or vengeance actually matters, because those do matter. But they only matter when the capacity to find the deal is so narrow because of the circumstances. And so it's sort of like saying, like an elderly Christian who dies of pneumonia, right? Pneumonia kills him, obviously. But that's not the reason pneumonia was able to kill them. All of the fundamentals and circumstances made them very fragile. And that's how I think all the strategic forces make that situation fragile. And then the miscalculations, all of these things you just said, which are so important, are kind of like, and let's pay attention to both.
And you're saying that people don't disproportionately pay attention to it.
It's hard. I mean, it took me a long time to learn to recognize them. And it takes many people, because it took generations of social scientists years and years to figure some of this out, and to sort of help people understand it and clarify concepts. So it's not easy. No, it's not hard. I think it's possible to, just as I was taught a lot of stuff I read in both graduate school from reading, and like master of the community stuff, but it's still really hard. And so that's kind of what I was trying to do, is like close that gap and just make it, help people recognize these things in the wild.
Before we zoom back out, let me, at a high level, first ask, what are your thoughts on the ongoing war? How do you analyze it?
A Russian colleague of mine, Konstantin Sonin, tells the story about visiting Ukrainian professor. He was at the university, and one night he's walking down the street, and he's two cell phones at once for some reason. And a mugger stops him and demands the phones. In sort of a deadpan way, Konstantin says, because he was Ukrainian, he decided to fight. And I think that's a little bit like what happened. Most of us in that situation would handle ourselves. And so in this situation, it was like the mugger, and the Ukrainian people are being asked to hand over this thing, and they're saying, no, we're not going to hand this over. And the fact is, most people do. Most people faced with a superpower or a tyrant or autocrat or a murderous warlord who says, hand this over, they hand it over. And And that's why there's so many unequal imperial relationships in the world. That's what empire is. Empire is successive people staying fine. We'll give up some degree of freedom and sovereignty because we're too powerful. And the Ukrainian said, no way. This is just too precious. And so I said one of those things gets to do that there's a set of values. Sometimes there's something that we value, right? It's so valuable to us and important. Sometimes it's terrible. Sometimes it's the extermination of other people. But sometimes it's something noble, like liberty or refusal to part with sovereignty. And in those circumstances, I will decide I will endure the cost. They probably, I think they knew what they were probably receiving. And so to me, that's not to blame the Ukrainians any more than I would blame Americans, the American Revolution. They're actually very similar story. You had a tyrannical, militarily superior, pretty non-democratic entity come and say, you're going to have partial sovereignty. And Americans, through ideological reasons, said, no way. And that, people like Bernard Bailyn have experienced, that's a good dominant story of the American Revolution. It was an ideological origins, it's attachment to this idea of liberty. And so there's lots of other reasons, I think, why this happened. But I think, for me, it starts with Ukrainians failing to make that sensible, quote-unquote, rational deal that says we should relinquish some of our sovereignty because Russia is more powerful than Europe.
So there's a very clinical look at the war. Meaning there is a man in a country, Vladimir Putin, that makes a claim on a land, builds up troops, and invades.
Yeah.
The way to avoid suffering there, the way to avoid death, and the way to avoid war is to back down. Basically, there's a list of interests he provides, you go along with that. That's when the goal is to avoid war. Let's do some other calculus. Let's take a ball. So France fought Hitler, did not fight very hard. Portugal. There's a lot of stories of country like this. And there is Winston motherfucking Churchill. He's one of the rare heroes of history who had that we should fight in the future. It made no sense. Hitler did not say he's going to destroy Britain. He seemed to show respect for Britain. He wanted to keep the British Empire. It made total sense. It was obvious that Britain was going to lose if Hitler goes all in. It seemed like it was going to. And yet, Winston Churchill said, big F you. Similar thing, Zelensky and Ukrainian people said F you in the same kind of way.
So I think we're saying the same things. I'm being more clinical, though.
Well, I'm trying to understand, and we won't know this, but which path minimizes human suffering?
Well, on the eve of the war, Ukraine was poor proportion terms than it was in 1990. The economy is just completely stagnated. In Russia, meanwhile, like many other parts of the region, sort of boomed. The Ukrainians certainly because of oil and gas, but also for a variety of other reasons, Putin's consolidated political control. And from a very cold-blooded and calculated point of view, I think one way Putin and Russia could look at this is, look, we were temporarily weak after the fall of the Iron Curtain. And the rest basically took advantage of that. Like, bravo, you pulled it off. You basically crept democracy and capitalism, all these things right toward border. And now we have regained some force. We've consolidated political control. We have our people. We have a strong economy. And we somehow got Germany and other European nations to give up energy independence and actually we've got an enormous amount of leverage over you. And now we want to roll back some of your success because we're powerful enough to demand it. And you've been taking advantage of the situation. Maybe a fair, impartial. And the West but more specifically, Ukraine said that that's a price too high, which I totally respect. Maybe I'd like to see you make that same decision, but that's the answer. The answer is why would they fight if it's possible? I'm not fighting the deal. It's because they weren't willing to give Russia the thing that their power said they quote unquote deserve. Just like Americans said to Britain, yeah, of course we ought to accept semi-sovereignty. But we refuse. And we'd rather endure a bloody fight that we might lose than take this. And so so you need some of these other five buckets. You need them to understand this. You need to sort of, there are other things going on, right? But I do think it's fundamental that there's just that this noble intransigence is like is a big part of it.
Well, let me just say a few things. Okay.
Yeah.
So your analysis is clear, objective. My analysis is clear, more objective. First, I've been going through a lot. I'm a different man for the past 4 or 5 weeks than I was before. I, in general, have come to, there's anger. I've come to despise leaders in general. Because leaders wage war, people pay the price. Let me just say, on this point, standing up to an invader, that I am half Ukrainian, half Russian, that I'm proud of the Ukrainian. Whatever the sacrifice is, whatever the scale of pain, standing up, there's something proud. Maybe that's whatever the fuck that is. Maybe that blood runs in me. I love the Ukrainian people, I love the Russian people. And whatever that fight is, whatever that suffering is, the millions of refugees, whatever this war is, the dictators come to power and their power falls. I just love that spirit burns bright still. And I do, maybe I'm wrong in this, do see Ukrainian and Russian people as one people in a way that's not just cultural, geopolitical, just given the history. I think about the same kind of fighting when Hitler, with all of his forces, chose to invade the Soviet Union, Operation Barbarossa. He went, that Russian was and a lot of people, that pisses me off, because if you know your history, it's not the winter that stopped Hitler. It's the Red Army, people that refused to back down and fought proudly. That pride, that's something. That's the human spirit. That's war. War is hell, but it really pushes people to stand for the things they believe in. It's the William Wallace speech from Braveheart. I think about this a lot. That does not fit into it.
No, I disagree. I think it totally fits in, and it's this. There's nothing irrational about what we believe, especially those principles which we hold the most dear. Right? I'm merely trying to say that there's a calculus. There's one calculus over here that says Russia is more powerful than it was 20 years ago and even 10 years ago, and Ukraine is not, and it's asking for something. And there's an incentive to give that up. That's obvious. That there's an incentive to comply. But my understanding is many of these post-Soviet republics have appeased, right, which is what we call compromise and peace agreement. All of these other people in the Russian sphere of influence have not stood up. And many Russians tried to stand up, and they've been beaten down. And now people have, we'll see, but people have not been standing up very much. And so lots of people are cowed, and lots of people have peace, and lots of people hear that speech and think, I would like to do that, but don't. And so my point is that, sadly, we live in a world where a lot of people get stepped on by tyrants and empire and whatnot, and don't. And so I think we could admire, especially when they stand up for these reasons. And I think we can admire Churchill for that reason. That's why we admire the leaders of the American Revolution and so on. But it doesn't always happen. I don't actually know why. But I don't think it's rational. I think it's just it's something about some values, and it's hard to predict. And it was hard. I think Putin may not have been out of line in thinking just like everybody else in my share.
And I should mention, because we haven't, that a lot of this calculation, from an objective point of view, you have to include the United States and NATO into the pressure they apply into the region.
Yeah.
That said, I care little about leaders that do cruel things onto the world. They root a lot of suffering, but I still believe that the Russian people and the Ukrainian people are great people that stand up, and I admire people that stand up and are willing to give their life. And I think Russian people are very much that too, especially when the enemy is coming for your home over the hill. Sometimes standing up to an authoritarian regime is difficult because you don't know. It's not a monster that's attacking your home directly. It's kind of like the boiling lobster or something like that. It's slow control of your mind and population. And our minds get controlled even in the West by the media, by the narratives. It's very difficult to wake up one day and to realize sort of what people red pill is to see that they're, maybe the thing I've been through all my life is not true on every level. It's a thing very difficult to do in North Korea. The more authoritarian the regime, the more difficult it is to see. Maybe this idea that I believe that I was willing to die for is actually, it's very difficult to do for Americans, for Russians, for Ukrainians, Chinese, Indians, Pakistanis, for everybody.
I think thinking about this Ukrainian, if you want to call it ability or intransigence or whatever, is key. I think the authoritarianness of Russia and Putin's control or the control of his cabal is the other thing I would really point to is what's going on here. And if you ask me, like, big picture, what do I think is the fundamental cause of most violence in the world? I think it's unaccountable power. I think that, in fact, for me, an unaccountable power is the source of development, the source of human suffering, the source of warfare. It's basically the source of most of our problems. And in this particular case, it's also one of our buckets in the sense that why did Russia ask these things? Was democracy in Ukraine a threat to an average Russian? No. Was capitalism, is NATO, is whatever, is this a threat to average Russians? No, it's a threat to the apparatus of political control and economic control that Putin and cronies, sort of group of people that rule, this elite in Russia, it was a threat to them. And so they had to ask Ukraine to be neutral or to give up NATO or to have a puppet government or whatever they were seeking to achieve and have been trying to achieve through other means for decades. Right? They've been trying to undermine these things without invasion. And they've been doing that because of threatening slavery. And that's like one of these other logics of it. It's not just that there's something that I value so much that I'm willing to endure the cost. It's that there are people, not only to just this oligarchy or whatever elite group that you want to talk about in Russia, first of all, they're not bearing some costs, right? And they're certainly bearing costs of sanctions. But they don't bear all the costs of it, obviously. So they're quick to use. But more importantly, like, in some sense, I think there's a strong argument that they had a political incentive to invade, or at least to ask Ukraine this sort of impossible to give up thing, and then invade despite Ukrainian nobility and transigence because they were there. And so that's extremely important, I think. And so those two things in concert make this a very fragile situation. And that's, I think, why we ended up go not all the way, but a long way to understand. Now you could layer onto that these intangible incentives, these other things that are valued on the Putin side. Maybe there's a nationalist ideal. Maybe he seeks status and glory. But maybe those things are all true, and I'm sure they're true to an extent. And that'll weigh against his concept war as well. But fundamentally, I think he just saw his regime as threatened. That's what he cares about. And so he made this coolest of plans.
I mean, I would say I'm just pointing through the hell out of mine, but I just have a lot of anger towards the elite in general, towards leaders in general that fail the people. I would love to hear and to celebrate the beautiful Russian people, the Ukrainian people, anyone who silences that beautiful voice of the people anywhere in the world is destroying the thing that I value most about humanity. Leaders don't matter. They're supposed to serve the people. This nationalist idea of the people of a country is only makes any sense when you celebrate. You give people the freedom to show themselves, to celebrate themselves. The thing I care most about is science and the silencing of voices, the scientific community, the silencing of voices, period. Fuck any leader that silences the human spirit. There's something about this. Like, whenever I look at World War II, whenever I look at wars, it does seem very irrational. Man, does it seem somehow deeply human when the people stand up. There's something that, we talk about progress. That feels like how progress is made. The people that stand up. So let me read the church speech. It's such I'm so proud that we humans get stand up to people when the time is right.
Here's the thing. Think of what's happening in China. We have appeased China. We basically said you can just do really, really, really horrible things in this region. You're too powerful for us to do anything about it. It's not worth it. And there's nobody standing up and making a Churchill speech or a Braveheart speech about standing up for people that are so shame and what's happening. In that realm of what was happening, and that's happening in a lot of places. And then when there is a willingness to stand up, there's a lot of opposition to those. So there were a lot of reasons to engage in Iraq. For some, it was humanitarian. Saddam Hussein was one of the worst tyrants of the 20th century. He was just doing some really horrible things. He was away, committed attempted domestic genocide and all sorts of repression, and it was probably a mistake. So it's important not just to select on the cases where we stood up, and to select on the cases where that ended up working out in the sense of victory. Right? It's important to sort of try to not judge, but just try to understand these things in the context of all the times we didn't give that speech, or when we did, and then it just went sideways.
Well, that's why it's powerful when you're willing to give your life for your principles, because most of the time you get neither the principles nor the life. You die. But that's why it's powerful. We shall go on to the end. We shall fight in France. We shall fight on the seas and the ocean. We shall fight with growing confidence and growing strength in the air. We shall defend our island, whatever the cost may be. We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing grounds. We shall fight in the fields and the streets. We shall fight in the hills. We shall never surrender. This is before Hitler had any major loss to anybody. That was a terrifying armada coming our way. We shall never surrender. I just want to give props. I want to give my respect as a human being to Churchill, to the British people for standing up, to the Ukrainian people for standing up, and for into the Russian people is a great people that throughout history have stood up to evil. Let me ask you, because you quote Sun Tzu in the Art of War. There's no instance of a country having benefited from prolonged warfare. This is the main thesis. Can we just linger on this? Since leaders wage war, people pay the price. When we say that there's no reason to do prolonged war, is it possible to have a reason for the leaders? They disregard the price. So like, if they have a different objective function or utility function that measures the price that's paid for war, is that one explanation of why war happens? Is the leaders just have a different calculus than other humans?
I mean, I think this leads us back to what we're talking about really quickly. In some sense, just war is saying that in spite of the cost, that our enemy has done something. Our opponent has refused to compromise on something that we find essential, and is demanding that we compromise in a way that's completely repugnant. And therefore, we're going to go to war despite these material costs and these human costs. So that and then that principle that we go to war on is beyond full liberty and sovereignty. I think we can understand and sympathize with, and maybe that's just a universe. Maybe that's the greatest cause of just war. But other people make that could go to war for something considerably less, a principle that's considerably less noble, right? Which is what Hitler was doing. That's an explanation. So that's a whole class of explanations that helps us understand that the compromise that is on the table in the relative balance of power is just repugnant, at least to one side. There's something that's, and then you get to the leaders. Well, what happened when the leaders won? What happens when the leaders are detached from the interest of their group? Which has been true for basically. There's a narrow slice of societies in the big scheme of things that have been accountable to the people. A lot of them exist today. To some degree, they're channeling the interest of their group. Right. So the Ukrainian politicians didn't concede to these cool Russian demands because even if they had, it would have been political suicide. It seemed, or I think, it seems that the Ukrainians would reject this. So they were in some sense channeling the values of the broader population, even if they, I don't know, even if they didn't share those principles, they self-registeredly followed them. Probably they should, but I'm just saying that even if they did, occasionally get the reverse, which is where the leaders are not accountable. And now they have something that could be glory. I mean, this is the story of the kings in some lesser extent kings of Europe for hundreds of years. It was basically a contest, and it was this war was the sport of kings. And to some extent, they were just seeking status through violent competition. And they paid a lot, big price out of the workers, but they didn't care most of the suffering. And so they were doing war. And so that, I think that detachment from leaders, combined with, you mingle it with this, that's one bucket, unchecked list, and you mingle that with the fact that leaders might have one of these values, noble or otherwise, that carry them to war, combined to explain a good number of conflicts as well. And that's a good illustration of why I think like autocracy and unaccountable power is. I could make that story for all of those things, all five buckets. They're all more susceptible to these things. All five of these things when leaders are not accountable to the people and the group, and that's what makes it the meta. For me, the meta cause of conflict in all of human history and sadly.
Does the will to power come into the desire for power? Like that's a human thing, again, in the calculation. That shall we put that in misperceptions bucket, or is misperceptions essentially about interaction between humans? The power is more about the thing you feel in your heart when you're alone. As a leader.
I said there were three strategic reasons, like the unchecked leaders cause uncertainty. There were two sort of psychological. And I call them intangible incidents and misperceptions. The way that like a game theorist, or the way that behavioral economists who think about those two is just to say preferences, and then erroneous beliefs and mistakes. It's like, so our preferences are our preferences, yeah, right? And so utility functions, whatever we want to call it, like there's not. And that's why I wouldn't call them a misperception or rationality. We like what we like. If we like power, if we like relative status, uh, if we like our racial purity, if we like our liberty, if we like whatever it is that we have convinced ourselves we value.
Maybe you fell in love with the rival fleet.
Exactly. When I said it was a big bucket for the stuff that we find, like that's a pretty messy bucket. Like, there's a lot of different stuff in there. And I'm just trying to say, like, let's be clear that just with the sheer logic is maybe just, is it really just, let's be clear that the sheer logic. And if it were true that deep down we were aggressive people who just liked violence and enjoyed the blood, some percentage of us do, that would be there too. And so I just want to say that's, we're really quick to recognize those, right? When you diagnose a war as an armchair analyst or as a journalist or something, we really jump to we don't need a lot of help to like see those happening. So we probably put a little bit too much emphasis on them. It's maybe the only thing that I would caution. Because the others are more subtle, and they're often there, and they contribute.
So I just looking at something you said before, would it be accurate to say when leaders become detached from the opinion of the people, that's more likely to lead to war? So,
and mechanically, they're going to bear fewer costs. So it's going to basically narrow the set of deals that they're going to be willing to accept instead of violence. At the same time, most of the time, it's not enough because the leaders still bear a lot of costs. You can be deposed, you can be killed, you can be tried, and the public purse is going to be empty. I mean, that's like the one story through it is at the end of the day, your regime broke as a result of it. And so you still internalize that a little bit. If I had to say, like, in my 3 buckets, so my buckets so far, I sort of started with like Ukrainian and trans, and then I jumped, and then I said the essential, you really have to understand Russian hypocrisy for them, just to understand why they would ask something so cruel. But I mean, I think the uncertainty is really important here as well. Like if you think of it, like think about all of this thing, the way this is played out, and just in some ways how many ways we've been surprised. We've been surprised by the unity and the coherence of the West. That's sort of what's happened is it was in the realm of possibility, but it's sort of like the best case scenario from the perspective of the West, and the worst case scenario for the Russians. The second thing is just the pluckiness and the effectiveness and the transigence and the ability of the Ukrainian resistance. That, again, was within the realm of possibility. It wasn't this unlikely thing, right? It was, again, maybe the worst realization for Russia is this realization in terms of revealed strength and resolve. And then the other thing that's been revealed is just how, like, some of the corruption and ineptitude and problems on the Russian military side. Again, within the realm of possibility, maybe people really knew the Russian military, they're less surprised, the rest of us, but also one of the worst possible draws. And so, Putin asking this terrible price and expecting Ukraine to roll over, or the West to roll over, at least to a degree, was based on like a different set of problems. It was based on just expecting something in the middle of the probability distribution and all these different elements. And so uncertain the fact that people can come with a different set of expectations, Ukrainians, West, all these players can just have a hard time agreeing on just what the facts are. So everyone's quick to say, oh, he miscalculated. I don't know if he miscalculated. I think he just got a really bad draw in terms of the real dystopian here. And so, good for everybody else in some sense, except, the fact that it's involving a lot of violence is the tragedy. So,
what's economic gain, not just for the Russian people and the Ukrainian people, but for the whole world. So, you could talk about things that you are surprised from an analysis perspective, small victories here and there. I think it's universally true that everybody loses once again in this.
Right. And so the question is like, when does it? Why did Russia choose to invade when Ukraine didn't get this up? Well, Russia anticipated that it would be able to seize what it called the available bargain that it deserved, quote unquote, based on power in the world. It wasn't getting, and so it thought it could take that. And the uncertainty around that made it potentially more likely to choose to do this. But in particular, one of the other things that I think is probably less important in this context, it still plays a role, but less important in many wars, is the fact that it's really hard to resolve that uncertainty. Right? In theory, Ukraine should be able to say, look, this is exactly how resolved we are. We're super resolved. And your military is not as strong as it is.
I mean, before the conflict.
Before the conflict, everybody should be like, you know what? Like,
Here's
no
my
one
cards.
wants, yeah,
Here's your cards.
exactly. Like that, as a competitor in this, you can use that as a future advantage. I can try to convince you, bluff, right? And so anyone who's ever poker can bluff or try to bluff. That's the inefficient. That's the analogy of these people. It's not the perfect analogy, but it's the uncertainty in the circumstance. You don't have to miscalculate the fact that if you bluff and lose, this is not miscalculated. You made an optimal choice, given the uncertainty of the situation, to take a gamble, and that was a wiser thing to do than not bluff, and just to fold or just not pay in that round. And so the uncertainty of the situation, both sides incentive to bluff, is neither side an incentive to reveal the truth. And then at some point, the other side says, you know what, you say you're resolved. You say you're not seriously. Well, guess what? Every other, people on my group is folded, and you're going to fold too the minute the tanks roll, and the minute the Air Force comes. I'm gambling it's done. And so that inherent uncertainty of the situation causes a lot of shortfalls because it's the surplus you call. And the thing that's worth reckoning is we might end up at a place in a few months where the thing that Ukraine concedes is not so far from what peace ended. Russia started, I want a neutral. I mean, who knows how? It's not the ambitious thing the Russians wanted, but if we end up in a place where Ukraine is effectively neutral, never joins NATO, is not being militarily supplied by the West, and where Russia has de facto control over the East, and Crimea is fully recognized, probably internationally Ukrainian recognized with the controls. What it asked for in the first place, and both parties had to get there through violence rather than through negotiation. And you wouldn't need misperceptions and mistakes, and you wouldn't need Putin's delusions of glory or whatever to get there. You just need the ingredients of getting so far, which is like a willingness to do that without fighting on part of the Ukrainians. Autocratic leadership in Russia who would make those demands because it's in their self-interest, and then uncertainty leading them to fight. And that is like the best case. It feels like the case scenario right now, which is the just 5 months and not
Because the suffering has already happened. And lost homes, people hoping, having to see their home in rubble, millions of people, refugees having to escape the country, and hate flourishes versus the common humanity as it does with war. And on top of all of that, if we talk from a geopolitical perspective, the warmongers all over the world are sort of they've now got narratives, and they got whatever narratives, you can go shopping to the narrative. the United States has its narrative or whatever geopolitical thing he wants to do in that part of the world. Um,
That's another little malevolent interaction between two of these buckets, like those unchecked leaders and those intangible incentives, those preferences, is that unchecked leaders spend autocrats spend enormous amounts of time trying to manipulate the values and beliefs of their population. And they now sometimes they do it locally, but that's what Winston Churchill there was trying to. It's not clear that Britons were like, right? Instead, there were a lot of Americans, a lot of Britons who were like, you know what? Hitler's not such a bad guy. His ideas not so terrible. I never liked those Jews anyways. But many were thinking, right? We had political leaders in the U.S. who were basically not pro-Nazi, but were just not anti-Nazi. And Churchill was just trying to instill a different resolve. He was trying to create that thing. He was trying to create that value. And then the American Revolution was as well. Like, founding fathers, the leaders of the revolution, were, it's not that everybody just woke up one morning in the United States and had this ideology of liberty and freedom. Some of that was true, it was open and easier, but they had to manufacture and create it in a way that I think they believed was noble. But there's a lot of manufacturing creation of these values and principles that is not noble, and that is exactly what Hitler did.
the anti-Semitism was present throughout the world, but the more subtle thing that I feel like is more generally applicable is kind of pacifism. That I think people in the United States felt like it's not my cup of tea. Why do I need to be involved? So I think Churchill was fighting that, uh, it's, like, it's the apathy of national.
How you living, pimp?
Like, what are we going to gain?
Hey, you're not born yet. What's the exact time? 10 what? 10:19. All right. Make a mental note of it. If we airmail it, shit happens when you party naked. What's good in your neck of the woods? Did you sleep well? It's excellent to hear. Absolutely. I I did that yesterday. I slept. I woke up at like 4:30 in the afternoon. Went right back to bed. Had an amazing dream, and then awoke. To just par for the course. Word, dog. Word. Whenever I speak with somebody from the southern hemisphere, it always fucks with me because everything's reversed, and I'm like, just like I have to think about like, oh wait, it's really hot there, and it's weird to me that they'd be like, yeah, December, it's hot. Like those are like December, January, February are like the hot months there. It's like, huh? I'm never gonna get that. That does not compute. Um, I sang a little. Right. They're interesting folks. I No, you're good. Um, I find that people from Australia are gen. I've said this before. I don't know if this is accurate, but it's just kind of accurate. Not 100%, but I refer to Canadians as basically British colonies in the northern hemisphere and Australian in the southern hemisphere, but they still have this major connection to Britain. And even if they don't recognize it, I mean, and they can probably say the same thing about Americans, but at least we had a revolution. And um, yeah, if you ever look at the size of the British Empire, it's the largest empire ever. And it's just absolute. incredible the stranglehold on the world that it had at like around the year 1850. It's like there's a very fascinating map I've seen. It's one of my favorite maps. Just one moment. Map of every country not invaded by England. There are only 22 countries that have never been invaded by Britain. Isn't that fascinating? Just like, and if 22, that's it. And if you look, here's a, I don't want to see an entire video on it. I just want the map. If you look at the map here, it's like the whole world. It's not, but it's really, really close. I mean, they like exactly like Mongolia. They haven't some, like, but like no, Tibet's. I mean, let's see. Let's look at it. And what do you consider an invasion? But at least China has England ever invaded Tibet? Maybe during the Opium Wars? Yes, they did. The British military expedition of Tibet in 1903 to 1904, often referred to as the Young Husband expedition. The British invasion was largely driven by geopolitical concerns, particularly the desire to assert influence in Central Asia and counter Russian expansion in the region during the period known as the Great Game, which is just incredible that like colonialism, expansionism, just let's just give it a name, the Great Game. British authorities were concerned that Russia might try to extend its influence over Tibet, which would potentially threaten British control over India. The expedition was led by Colonel Francis Younghusband, and it involved an armed march from British India into Tibet. The British forces faced little resistance as they advanced towards Lhasa, the Tibetan capital. After some skirmishes and the occupation of strategic locations, a treaty was signed between the British and the Tibetan government. This treaty allowed the British to establish a political and commercial mission in Lhasa and open Tibet to British influence, but it did not formally annex Tibet. The British presence in Tibet ended after the 1904 mission, but the episode left a lasting impact on the relationship between Britain, Tibet, and China. Tibet at the time was a region under Chinese suzerainty, but the British presence further complicated the situation. The invasion was not an outright annexation, but it did mark a significant moment in the history of British involvement in the region. Later, during the 1950s, China formally asserted control over Tibet, leading to ongoing tensions and disputes over Tibet's political status. So yeah, they have definitely invaded. Um, let's see. Let me just go to ChatGPT to make it easy. Like even countries that I didn't even think they would, like Mexico. I've never really thought when did when did England invade Mexico? It's known as the Pastry War, also known as the War of the French Pastry. In 1838, it wasn't a full-blown military invasion, but rather a conflict between Mexico and France, with British indirectly involved. Here's a story: a French pastry chef in Mexico had his shop looted during a riot, and the French government demanded compensation from Mexico. When Mexico refused, France blockaded Mexican ports and eventually declared war. Britain, though not directly involved, sided with with France because of trade interests, but they did not push for a peaceful resolution. In the end, the war lasted about a year and ended with Mexico agreeing to pay the claims, mostly to avoid further destruction. So while the French were the main players, Britain's involvement made the conflict a bit more international. Yo, dog, can you please list the 22 countries that England has not invaded? All right. Like, and they even include like some random ass places like Vatican City. Okay, fine. Andorra. Oh, so these Yeah, I know. So they haven't invaded Andorra, Antigua and Barbuda, Armenia, Bhutan, Bolivia, Brazil, which kind of surprises me because Brazil's so large, but I guess because, well, actually, though, very interestingly, right. Um, what's very interesting is that the oldest peace treaty or alliance in the world is between Portugal and Britain. And that's why, because of Portuguese influence over Britain, it probably has not. They basically like, hey, that's Portugal stuff. Um, Costa Rica, they have not invaded Denmark, Ethiopia, Finland, Iceland, which is another interesting one, Japan, Liechtenstein, Luxembourg, Malta, Monaco. I mean, they're counting really small countries. North Korea, San Marino, Saudi Arabia, Seychelles, Switzerland, and Vatican City. There are 22. Everything else they have invaded at some point. And that is just, I think there's very special about Ethiopia, particularly in their devoutness to whatever religion. I know that people from there are in Israel known as B'nai Israel, and essentially they have kept the traditions consistent since the time of the Second Temple, and it it fascinated and surprised scholars how accurate they kept Torah, and essentially their scrolls were as accurate as they had them in Israel, and it was there was some racism and the thought that, hey, we don't want black people here, basically. But when it was discovered, I'm not saying that was across the board, but there was just, it was like the 1940s. So there were just, there was just segregation everywhere. But when it was discovered how accurate the Torah scrolls were and how accurate they were in their their devoutness, particularly, I know that the Torah scrolls were like word for word exactly the same. Many of the accoutrements, many of like their talito, their the ceremonial cloths that are worn, um, were all in line with how Ashkenazi or Sephardic Jews or Mizrahi Jews lived, and thus then there was um, a major push around the 1970s um, for essentially to make Aliyah for those people, for them to come back to Israel. And then there's just been assimilation within Jewish society. So people of all colors are able to daven or pray together without any type of segregation, which is not the same in many other with many other peoples and also many other religions. What was always interesting to me, and one of the reasons why this has been this way is because Ethiopia was never, going back to 2,000 years, was never fully under any colonial power. So the closest were the Italians, but even they didn't have a full grasp on the entire country. And basically, that the fact that they were able to avoid invasion has allowed them to keep many of their religious traditions consistent. And so I think there's really an argument to be made that Ethiopian Jews may have kept more consistent practices than perhaps some aspects of Ashkenazi, some aspects of Mizrahi, some aspects of Yemenite, some aspects of Moroccan, some aspects of Sephardic Jews, basically because they were in exile, but then they didn't move anywhere. If you look at Ashkenazim, we moved from Israel to Italy and then up through Germany and then into Poland and Russia. If you look at Sephardim, they moved through Spain and Portugal and northern Africa a little bit until the major invasions of the Moorish people, the Mohammedans, the Muslim people. If you look at Mizrahi, they essentially were Eastern Jews and were throughout Iraq and Iran, basically at points under other authorities, specifically Islamic leaders. If you look at Moroccan Jews, they were also under the grasp of Islamic rulers, but Ethiopian Jews didn't really have that. They were in exile, just like everybody else, but there wasn't another religion or another civilization that ruled over them. So they were able to keep their traditions more accurate, I would say, to Second Temple times. Though there's no way for us to know that exactly. I would say that that is in line with most scholars, that because of the avoidance of invasion, the accuracy of their ceremonies is really similar to what was being performed in the Second Temple period. Now, when it comes to the Ark of the Covenant in that, I don't know. I don't know, but at least I know that their religious ceremonies were very similar to what was being practiced in the Ashkenazic and Sephardic world, and including like circumcision, including a bar mitzvah, including the calling up to the Torah scroll, all of those things. It was almost as if there's a story I've heard of like the archaeologists or the explorers who were in that land were just absolutely shocked that it was essentially perfect Hebrew being spoken and read, and the Torah scrolls. I mean, they were like so accurate that not a single letter was incorrect. Now, could there have been? Yeah, but I mean, it was like down to the letter. It was so accurate, and at that point, it was like, well, we have to let these guys in. They're as accurate as anybody else. Now, from what I read here, The British did invade Ethiopia, but it was during World War II when the Italians were there. So they kind of drove the Italians out. But then Ethiopia was reestablished as an independent country. Ethiopia is very fascinating, though. It's almost like they were protected. For all of the people in what the colonial powers did to the African continent, it was almost, I'm not going to say it was divine because I don't like to use those terms. I don't know whether that's just a word that is used in English probably too often, but this special part of Africa was basically never colonized, and also the major part is the people there were not enslaved, so they were able to keep their culture. And basically everywhere else in Africa was brutally enslaved, but not Ethiopia. You do you, Victor. You do what you need to do.
Going to stop the boundary.
Absolutely. Yeah, my man. We got 1019.
Great people. Like why are we fighting again? And that's the thing that's hard to break because you have to say, well, uh, you have to speak the principle. You have to speak at some greater sort of long-term vision of history. So like, yes, now it may seem like it's a fight, but you're actually
Hey, look who it is. Aframasha.
you're just
How are you, girl? Happy New Year to you. I want you to know I thought about you a lot, and I was going to give you a couple more days, and then I was going to send you a message saying, hello, did you forget about us? I even I even checked in on your Kick channel just to make sure you were still streaming. And you are. You're streaming very consistently a lot. Like not pretty close to every day. You take a couple days off here and there, but you do it for very long, pardon me, very long periods of time, which is very interesting. And I think that's really great. Absolutely. Thank you. Yes, I've been sleeping a lot, probably the same amount as usual, but my hours are reversed. I have friends in Australia and we play games all night. And so it's night here and it's day there. And then I'm up all night and then I'm very, very tired and then I fall asleep. So, yeah, I'm trying to get my hours perhaps back to normal, but I really like to play with these guys. So, and we have a good time together and we're up very, very late. But yeah, I appreciate you checking in on me. And I want to know, how has your experience on Kick been? Okay, so it looks like you have 75 followers now, which is what I think you needed. 75. No, 75. 75. No, don't you need 75? Okay, I'll get you 80 in 20 minutes. I'll get you that. I have lots of accounts, so I'll just follow you. Don't worry. Just one moment. I might get you one right now. Hold on. I have a robot that creates accounts all the time. So I'll keep an eye on it and I'll get you 76, 77, 78, 79, and then 80. Um, okay. Let me absolutely. Don't worry. You'll have it within an hour, I'll say. Maybe less. Um, okay. One thing about Kick, and if you don't understand what I'm saying, I think you do. I know you do for most of it, but some of this might be technical. I'll try to make it not technical though. Basically, many people on Kick, especially at the very top, the people who are have like 1,000 viewers and 800 viewers, those are all paid for. Those are all bought. They're all robots. They're not real. So you should know that, like, yeah, and people are starting to talk about it because they're mad. They're not getting paid for the numbers that they're seeing. So let's say you buy a bot and it gives you 1,000 followers or 1,000 viewers, but you're not getting paid for 1,000 viewers. They're mad about that. And the owner of Kick, his name is Eddie Craven. He has spoken about this recently. And he basically said that he doesn't want to give away how they determine if somebody's a real user or a bot, because then the bots will get smarter and smarter. But basically, that botting is rampant on the website. And I know it for a fact that it is. So I don't want you ever to get down or get sad, because it's like, wow, I don't have I want 80 people watching me at once. If somebody says they have 80 people watching them, they have 75 bots and 5 real people. If somebody has 105 people watching them, they have 100 bots and 5 real people. There aren't that many people on the website. Do you know there's a rapper, his name is Drake. I don't know if you know who he is. He's from Canada. You know who he is? Yes. So he basically got mad recently and said, like, F this site. Basically, they're not paying people the way that they're supposed to be paying people, and I don't need this. And Kick took down that stream, and I don't know exactly if they're on good terms or not, but basically more and more popular people are saying this is not legitimate. Now, it can be. I mean, it can get you a lot of people to see you, but I don't want you to feel bad that, hey, I'm streaming and I've got 0 people or 1 person or 2 people or 3 people or 4 people or 5 people watching me. That's a lot. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's as many people as at the who are at the very top. So just know that, like, that's what everybody's at. I know when I streamed on Kick, I would get 0, 1, 2, not a lot of people. However, what will happen is they will put you on the front page. And when they put you on the front page, then you get a lot of people coming in, 30, 40, 50, 60 real people. So that's always a cool thing. But yeah, I've checked on you a couple times just to just because I wanted to make sure you were still streaming, and I think that's cool. Um, People are making clips of you. You know what clips are, right? And what do you think? Yes, yes, absolutely. So here's something interesting on your stream. If I look at it, the last 3 streams you have. Okay, the last one that you did, which was 3 days ago, 229 views. That's good. That's far more than I think we really think is going on. 229 is a lot of people to watch your stuff from just 3 days ago. Okay, then from 5 days ago, 296 people are viewing you. That's after you're done. That's really, like, if that's real, that would be really good. Then 6 days ago, 2,180 people. How did you go from 200, 200, 2,000? What did you do? I mean, come on. I mean, I know you know it's not real. I know you didn't do anything wrong. But what I want you to know is that's the website pumping up your numbers. Wow. I can see that. I'll tell you, I have a clip bot. I have a bot that just clips people. And while it doesn't give free views, it clips a lot. And the reason why I clip is I make a clip and then I name the clip my Discord so that people come in here. It's free advertising for me. But I can tell you, if I know how to do it, there are much more advanced, many more advanced people out there who are able to figure this out as well. And it seems to be what's happening to you, where either someone outside of Kick or someone within Kick is elevating your numbers. Because if you had 2,000 people watch your stream, you would have seen 200, 300, 400, 500 people in your stream at once, and you never did. And it's not like you did something so amazing that gave you 2,000 people after the fact. It's just, it doesn't, the numbers don't compute. And people are starting, and they're starting, I would say, to get frustrated by it. Just one moment. Absolutely. In the meantime, I'm going to get you to 80. Okay, I'm going to get you one right now. So just one moment, and you're going to get one. And how about this? I will send you a message. I will send you a message on Discord when I get you to 80. Is that okay? Absolutely. Absolutely. How did you find me? Excellent. So okay, so you have 76 now. And that's amazing. So my bot worked. It got you in here. So it was worth it all along. Okay, so I will continue, and you enjoy your friend and come back tomorrow whenever you can, okay? Take care, Aframash. Much love. Much love. Absolutely. Take care. Bye-bye. You're welcome. Happy New Year to you. How you doing, Dr. Don? What's good in your neck of the woods? Excellent. Have you been tearing it up in the Music Biz Marty server? Okay. Well, I've been live streaming in there. I don't know if you ever see me in there, but I have been in there live. I did this like this summer for, I don't know, like a month, and I've been in there now for like at least 2 or 3 weeks straight. And it's a troll server. You get some people in there who are who are looking to troll people, but then they find me and they've been very, very nice to me. I really mean that. The people in the Music Biz Marty server have just been nothing but nice to me. So I'm very appreciative of that. Is that how you found me, Dr. Don? That's what I think too. Well, we are watching Lex Friedman. So feel free to watch and enjoy. And if you need anything, I'm here for you. Thank you, man. Happy New Year to you, my friend. Take care, my friend. Peace. That is seemingly not fair, period. The person who reviews appeals should not be the same person who banned me, period. Keep scrolling to review my sections on orthodoxy. You should have no role in it, period. Whether you want to accept my rabbinical organization, that is up to you, period. I do not have to justify myself to anyone but my community, period. The fact that I am not allowed in, comma, is just showing that you are gatekeeping, period. Who really knows when Shabbat is? Question mark. Perhaps in the age of Mashiach, comma, it will be. This is the absolute wildest amount of gatekeeping possible. I'm getting tag teamed. Everything that you have done is being recorded, period. All I wanted to do is make new friends, comma, and apparently I'm not allowed to do that because of its gatekeeping guardians, period. I am recording it as well, period.
Brought to you by the U.S.
There he is. How you live? Afirmatia was in here. She's been streaming. Yeah, she said she's been in here, but I've been asleep, which I completely understand. She knows what's up with Kick. I was explaining to her, like, hey, don't let Kick get you down if it's showing that you have like not really great numbers, because you need to know that they use like inflated numbers there, that there are bots that are essentially helping other people. She's like, that's what I figured. I'm just there to make friends. And it's really interesting that she's like we were going through her numbers, and like 5 days ago, she had 200 people watch her stream. 6 days ago, 200 people watch her stream. 7 days ago, 2,000 people watch her stream. And she's just like, yeah, but those are fake numbers. It's basically what Kick is just doing so that people think, oh, well, I'm getting a lot of traction on this, and they're not really at all. I mean, there are platforms that I use. One of them is UChat. And another one is what is another one? Like Trovo. They just, whenever you start, you automatically start with 50 people watching you. And another one, Bigo, Bigo, is another one. Some people call it Bigo. You just automatically start with like 50 people watching you, but absolutely nobody says anything. Well, actually, do you know what Bigo is? Okay, so Bigo is like it's a really nice platform that it's like TikTok, but it's a lot easier to get into group chats, group calls on video. They basically can allow you to have 16 people at a time, and you can click on there and basically have your choice of who you want to talk with and everything. But what I really find interesting is it uses bots, and it doesn't tell you that it's using bots. So you'll be streaming, no one will be in there. It'll be just you and 16 empty spots, and all these people will be chatting to you like, "Oh, great stream," or "That was really interesting," or like, "Check out my profile." And it's like, they're like literally like they're using bots against me or against a streamer. I just find that really interesting. That to me, that's a very that isn't necessarily, there's a lack of legitimacy in that. I think that type of behavior perhaps should be, I don't want to say perhaps made illegal, but I think at a certain point the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission, should have some kind of standards for these platforms to say, like, look, because it really, it involves people's money. And so if you're getting paid based on like how many chatters you have or how many viewers you have, there should be some legitimacy to the numbers that are being shown, and there just aren't. And I think that's pretty sad. Exactly. And to hear Eddie Craven say, we don't pay based on bots, yet you show people as having inflated numbers because of robots, is somewhat disingenuous to me. That if you're showing someone's got 1,000 viewers right now, then you need to pay on 1,000 viewers. You can't say, well, we can see on the back end of what's really going on. Well, then show everybody else on the back end what's going on. And he says the reason that they don't do that is because they don't want people to know the strategies that they use to detect bots. But in my opinion, that strategy is skewed, because you should show what the real numbers are. And if people want to have real people watch their stream, which is basically what you say you have the ability to be able to see, then let them. If somebody wants to, I did this on YouTube for a month. I paid 5 Indian people to watch my stream at all times, and it's possible. If you pay people the money, they'll do it. And to me, that's at least a legitimate viewer, as opposed, and they would interact and we would talk and stuff. There's at least some legitimacy to that, as opposed to just, well, I know a guy who has a server and they can inflate numbers in any way possible. Anyway, those are my thoughts on everything. You're good.
destroying the very greatness of our people if we don't fight back.
And to think of this with like the current case with Russia, I mean, some people look at Putin's speeches and papers he's written on Ukraine historically being a part of Russia and trying to deny them, basically create all these national communities that we think that Putin really believes, and he might, Putin really believes this, and that's why he's doing it. And that might also be true, and that would contribute to just make a piece of argument fine. But I suspect it's at least a minimum truth. Putin's trying to manufacture support for an invasion in the population through propaganda. And so he's doing, on some level, the same thing that Winston Churchill was doing in mechanical terms, which is to try to manipulate people's preferences, but doing it in a sinister, malevolent, evil, self-serving way because it's really in his interest. Whereas this was everything, right? From Churchill.
The dark human thing is like there's moments in World War II where Hitler's propaganda, he began to believe his own propaganda. It's like,
I think he probably always believed. I think he was a sincere believer.
well, no. There's a lot of places in where there's uncertainty,
Yeah.
and they decided to do propaganda,
Yeah.
and the propaganda resolved the uncertainty in his own mind. Like, so for example, he believed until very late that America is a weakling militarily as an economic power and just the spirit of the people. And like that was part of the propaganda that producing it. Because of that propaganda, when he became the army, was making military actions, he like nonchalantly started war with America, the United States, where he didn't need to at all. He could have avoided that completely, but he thought, whatever, doesn't very easy. So that's I think that propaganda first, belief second, and I think as a human being, as a dictator, you start to believe the lies with which you're controlling the conscience. You're not able to. You become detached from this person that's able to resolve in a very human way the conflict of the world.
I mean, when I said meta, the big common factor that causes it going over and over again is unaccountable power. It's not just because it's mechanically like one of my five explanations is saying, well, if you're unaccountable, you don't bear the cost of work. So arguments are hard to find. But it leads to all these nasty interactions. So earlier I said there's this interaction between the values and the unchecked leaders because those idiosyncratic values of your leader become more important when they're unchecked. But the uncertainty point you just made is like a key point. It's to say actually that like the fundamental problem that all autocrats have is an information problem because nobody wants to give them the right information, and they have very few ways to aggregate it. And so there's a whole cottage industry of political science sort of talking about why autocrats love fixed elections and why they love Twitter and why they actually think it in controlled ways solves an information problem. That's your crucial. If you're like Xi Jinping or Vladimir Putin, you need to solve an information problem just to avoid having rebelling on your hands in your own country every day. Because uncertainty kind of gets magnified and you get all this disturbing information in this apparatus of control. And so that's like another nasty interaction between uncertainty and unchecked leaders is you end up in this situation where you're getting bad information. And it's not that you don't believe your own lies. It's just that you sort of believe, you're sort of averaging what you believe over the available information and you don't realize it's such a distorted and biased information.
One of the other things about this time that was a surprise to me in the fog of uncertainty, how sort of seemingly likely nuclear war became. Not likely, but how it
Less unlikely than we thought.
exactly is a better way to say it. It started to take a random stroll away from 0% probability into this kind of land, maybe like hard to know. Oh wow, we're actually normally talking about this because this is part of the calculus, part of the option. But before we talk about nuclear war, so I'm going to need a drink. Need to go to the bathroom.
Sure.
back to the nuclear war. What do you think about this? That people were nonchalantly speaking about nuclear wars if it doesn't lead to the potential annihilation of the human species. What are the chances that our wars within your framework, which you wear many hats?
Yeah.
One is sort of the analyst, right? And one is a human. What do you think are the chances we get to see nuclear war?
Well, you know, the doomsday, the official doomsday clock for nuclear warfare sits in the lobby of the building. The Bulletin of Atomic Scientists sort of shares a building with us. So it's always there every day.
Can you describe what the doomsday clock is?
Bulletin of Atomic Scientists, it's something that this group of physicists sort of mark just how close we are to nuclear catastrophe and started decades ago. And it's a clock, and it's sort of how close are we to midnight, where midnight is nuclear Armageddon or the destruction of humanity. And it's been sitting, it's actually, it hasn't moved as close to midnight in the last few weeks as it probably should have, because it's already so close. It's actually limited room for it to move for a bunch of other reasons. I think the alternative thing, it's really hard, it's really easy, sir. It's really hard if you're the person like watching it away, because that's always very controversial. So it always sits there, but it forces you to think about it because of the day. And I was nonchalant about it until recently in a way that many other people were. I still think that this is very low, but kind of for the reasons we probably just so unimaginably costly that nobody wants to go there. So it's like the extreme version of my whole argument is why we most of the time don't fight is because it's just so damn costly. And so that's the incentive not to use this. And if they do use it, that's the incentive to use it in a very restrained way. But that's not a lot of, but because we do go to war and these things that interfere with it, including miscalculation and all of these human programs. And several of the nuclear powers are not the computer. I think we have to be a lot more worried than many of us were very recently. I pointed out earlier, like the whole reason we're in this mess is because the only people who have this private interest in like having Ukraine give up its freedom is this Russian cabal and league that gets their power and is preserved only in this threatened profit Ukrainian democracy. Like how far would they go to hang on to power? Push King stuff. The thing that worries me the most is plainly what they're. At what point does that check your ship decide, especially if they can emerge from the rebels to on top? I don't know. So, and I don't know that any of us really fully thought through all of that stuff. Very recently, on the anniversary of January 6th, there were a lot of questions about whether the United States can have nuclear war. On the one hand, I think it's almost unimaginable. Sort of like the same way I think nuclear war is unimaginable. But I remember something that when both of those questions were asked, I remember something that I was in the audience listening to some great economists speak about 20 years ago, the risk of the Argentine-style financial model. And they said, you know what, the risk is vanishingly small. But that's purifying because until we the answer is zero. And so the fact that it's not zero should deeply, deeply scare us all, and we need to devote a lot of energy to making it zero again. And that's how I feel about the risk of a civil war in the U.S., and that's how I feel with the risk of nuclear war. It's higher than it used to be. That's terrifying.
To me, what terrifies me is that all this good stuff seems to happen overnight, super quick, escalate super quick when it happens. So it's not like, I don't know what I imagine. It just happens. Like if the nuclear war happened, it would be something like a plane, like in this case with Ukraine, a NATO plane shut down for some piece of land. The Russian forces or the narrative go, but it doesn't even matter what's true or not. It just sparks the first moment of escalation, and it just goes.
I think that happens sometimes. I mean, again, it's the thing that, you know, what social science call selection of independent variables. There's all these times when that didn't happen, when it stopped, when it escalated one step and then people paused, or it escalated two steps and people said, whoa, 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 whoa. And so we remember the times when it went boom, 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 and then a really terrible thing happened. So that, fortunately, that's not, you know, I start off the book with an example of a gang war that didn't happen in Medicine, which is sort of, that's how my day job is actually still conflict and gangs and violence and of these other kinds of groups, also very sinister. And most of the time they don't fight. That escalation doesn't happen. So the escalation does happen quickly sometimes, except when it doesn't.
Which is one of the ones it's really important to talk about. You know, what we're talking about, I think Elon Musk podcast. I was sort of like talking about the horrors of war and stuff, and then said, well, you know, like most of human history, because I think I said most of human history is had been defined by these horrible. It was like, no, most of human history is just peaceful. Like war, we kind of remember the wars, but most of human history, you know, is life.
Yeah, most of the competition between nations was like blood. I would say bloodthirsty without drinking that blood, in the sense that it was intense, it was loathsome, and so a lot of the rivalry, a lot of the competition, which is also problematic in some ways, is nonviolent. And most of human history is about the oppression of the majority by a few. And the moments when they rise up in revolt and there's a revolution, we remember those, but most of the time they don't. And the story of political change and transformation and freedom is there's a few revolutions that are violent, but most of it is actually revolutions without kind of violence. Most of it is just peaceful concession of power needs to a wider group of people in response to their increased economic bargaining power, their threat that they're going to march. So even if we want to understand something like the March of Freedom of human history, I think we can draw the same things like that actually we don't, most of the time we don't fight, we actually concede power. Now, the elite doesn't sort of give power to the masses right away. They just pull off the few merchants who could threaten the whole thing and bring them into the circle. And then the circle gets a little bit wider and a little bit wider until the circle is ever wider. Maybe not ever. This is that's like the first thing that happens to.
Yeah, if you look at the plot coming up, the wars throughout history, the wars throughout history just seem to be decreasing significantly with these fights and the expand. It's like half the world is under authoritarian regimes, but that's been shrinking.
Steven Pinker's one famous hypothesis. I mean, there's sort of two ways, actually two separate kinds of violence. That one where I think he's completely right, where I think I'm not sure. Where he's completely right. So Pinker's homicides, everyday violence has been going down, 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 down. That's just unambiguously, and it's mostly because we've created cultures and states and rules and control that violence. Now the warfare between groups. Is that less frequent? Well, you know, it's not clear that there's fewer wars. You might say that the wars are more rare because they're more costly, because of weapons are so brutal. The cost of war go up, the cost of war go up. Not entirely, but for the most part, that goes up. And you have to. You're right. I hope he's right, but I don't think that trend is there. Kind of levels of group because maybe those 5 fundamentals that lead to war have not fundamentally changed, and thus made us, given us a more peaceful world now than
That's something to think about. So obviously looking at his hypothesis, looking at his data and others like him. But I have noticed one thing, which is the amount of pushback he gets.
Yeah.
That there is this is speaking to the general point that you made, which is like we overemphasize the anecdotal and don't look objectively at the aggregate data. There's a general cynicism about the world, and not really mean cynicism. It's almost like cynicism porn, like that, where people just get, for some reason, they get a little bit excited to talk about the destruction of human civilization in a weird way. Like, they don't really mean it. If I were to, like, psychoanalyze their geopolitical analysis, I think it's a kind of, I don't know, maybe it relieves the mind to think about death at a global scale somehow, and then you can go have lunch with your kids afterwards and feel a little better about the world. I don't know what it is, but it's not very scientific. It's very kind of personal, emotional. So we shouldn't be careful to look at the world in that way. Because, if you look broadly, just like how you highlighted, there's a will for peace. Among people. You mentioned Medellin. How do you pronounce Medellin and Medellin?
both are fine. I think the there they can, because that's kind of the accent with the L. But many would be totally fine.
What lessons do you draw from the Medellin cartel, from the different gang wars in Colombia and Medellin? What's the economics of peace and war between drug cartels?
Here's what was really insightful for me. So I and Chicago people are aware that there's violent problem in Chicago. It's actually not the worst city by any stretch of the imagination. It's pretty bad. And Medellin has many more and many better organized gangs than Chicago. And yet the homicide rate is half. And now, I mean, there have been moments when these gangs go to war in the last 30 years when Canadians become the most violent place on the planet. But for the most part, right now, they're peaceful. So what's going on there? I mean, one thing that is there's a hierarchy of organizations. So that above these reasonably well organized gangs, there's a set of more shadowy organizations that have different names. Some people call them personas, some people would call them bandas criminales, criminal bands. You might just call them mafias. And they, with 17 of them, depending how you want to count, and they themselves have a little called so you could as a group. So they don't meet personally all the time. They consult. A lot of the leaders of these groups are actually in prison, and they're in the same gangs and prison. They need. Well, there's whatever. If I'm on the cell block with you anyway, right? It's actually imprisoning leaders and putting them in the same cell block, but not putting them. If you get arrested here in the United States and you're a criminal leader, you get put in a supermax prison. You cannot run your criminal empire. It's just too difficult. It's impossible. There, it's possible. And you might think, and they do. They still run their empire. You might think that's a bad idea, but actually, cutting off the head of a criminal organization, leaving it to a bunch of like hot-headed young guys to disorganize is not always the path to peace. So, having these guys all in the same prison patio is actually. It produces imperfect information and uncertainty, right? It provides a place for them to bargain. They can talk, and so Alpha Scene is like a lot of these informal meetings. And so and they have these tools that they use to control this group. So instead of there being like 400 gangs, all sort of in this anarchic situation, competing for territory, and constantly at war, the Razones are keeping them alive. And they will use sanctions. They will I will bullet you know, more honest. They will sit them down. They'll provide. They'll help them negotiate. They will provide human aid. There will commitment problems. Or like this, they'll discriminate you. But that's going to be costly for everybody. So I'm going to have with the solution? Well, I'm going to provide commitment. I'm going to enforce this deal. And yeah, you don't like this thing now because you could take advantage of your situation and wage war, but I'm going to keep you counterstep. And so they keep the peace. And it's a little bit, so they're a little bit like the UN Security Council and peacekeeping forces and sanctions regimes, the same kinds of tools, the same thing. And they're imperfect and always work that well, and they're equal, right? Because it's not like they're pursuing this in the interest of Democrat or blah. But it kind of works until it doesn't. 10 years ago in the 1990s, there were wars, and this breaks down. And it kind of gave me this perspective on international institutions and all the tools we've built, that we do the same things, right? Sanctions are designed to make unchecked leaders face the consequences. It's a solution to one of the five factors, right? And mediators are a solution to uncertainty. And international institutions that can enforce a peace agreement are solutions. And all of these things can be solutions to these individuals and these preferences, whatever you value, and miscalculations, because they will punish you for your miscalculations, or they will use mediators to help you realize what you're doing. So they're doing all these things, and it made you realize that the comparison to the UN Security Council our tools is actually a pretty good one, because those are pretty unequal too. It's pretty imperfect. There's these 5 nations with the veto on the Security Council, and a lot of unequal power. They're manipulating this in their own self-interest or their group's interests. So it's actually some of the things that work and why they work help give me a lot of perspective on what works in the international arena and why we have some problems.
In some deep way, there's not a fundamental difference between the 17 groups and
security council.
It's like 20% of the rapes. Put on suits. I'm sure they wear different cultural garments that they wear. What are your thoughts? I mean, that's just something got from Pablo Escobar and Jorge Ochoa, the Medellin cartel. It's like having 4 people on this podcast have these. It seems like there was. I don't know the right term, but he was very kind of professional and calm. It didn't have a sense of danger to it, like it's negotiating. So like the danger is always on the table as a threat, as part of the calculation. But you're using that threat, to de-escalate. Everybody is interested in peace.
What happened last year? We were a little bit able to watch some of the time because of the attacks. We've been meeting and talking about it. The homicide rate, I mentioned homicide rate, mentioned 2/3 or half of the Chicago decline. Some of the street level gangs were starting to fight. Maybe at a level, it seems that maybe some of those leaders would say, well, I'm actually not sure how strong these guys are. Let's let them fight to test it out. Let's not skirmishes rate. It wasn't warfare. It was like, let's just sort of feel out how reinforcing the drug corners and stuff. So they're kind of feeling each other out through fighting. And the homicide rates doubled and then it increased quite again. And so it's a change. It wasn't the government's interest, and so, and naturally, all these leaders on these patios are incredible. Everybody transferred to new prisons. They all get to be in the same holding there for 3 days before they're on the and then somebody who's like a trusted mediator on the side for rescue happens to spot. And a week later, it's back to its normal. Unfortunately, not 0, right? But it's back to where it was because it didn't make sense. Everybody, government, mafia leaders, everybody sort of they figured out a way to sort of bargain peace.
guess there's some almost like a tangent. You mentioned you had a chance potentially to talk to a few folks, someone or not. Is it productive? Is it interesting? Maybe by way of advice, do you have ideas about talking to people who are active?
Yeah. It really depends on the situation. So, like the first time I worked in a consulting place was in North. In maybe the last couple of years of the Bitcoin wars, this would have been 2004, 2005. This is a small country, and the north of the country had been engulfed in. Think of it as like a 20-year level insurgency run by a self-proclaimed. Yeah, it wasn't that popular, and when he joined his movement, so he would kidnap kids, and so I could talk to people who come back from being there. I never once, if I wanted to, and I was writing about that armed group. I never talked to any active member of that armed group. It's quite rare. It wouldn't have been easy to do. And that's something that's true. I'm starting to do some work in Mexico probably, and they'll kill people.
You see, you're not going to talk to them and kill people. Which
So, I mean, journalists are routinely killed in those situations. There's no compulsions about killing them, and there's no consequences.
who kills a journalist? It's not the main people that you spoke with. It's is it their lackeys or is it rival gangs?
This is true of the Chicago gang, and it's true of the Medellin gang. It's probably true of the Mexican gang. Is like you might have your group of 30 people, one or two of them might be shooters. Most people don't shoot. Most people like to do that. Or you don't even have any of those people in your group because you're trying to run a business. You don't need shooters. You can just hire a killer when you need them on contract. And so if somebody's asking questions and you don't want them to ask questions, I think they know the question who threatens you. And it's cheap for you, and you have no personal compulsions, and you can put a contract out on. Happened in Colombia. Doesn't happen in Chicago. For a lot, I don't know. There's lots of reasons for that. I can't say exactly why. One reason is like they know what'll happen is that there'll be consequences. That the government will crack down and make them pay, and so they don't do it. And that's not what happened. They won't kill like a DA agent. You know that the US has made it clear: you kill one of our agents, we will make you pay. And so they're very careful to minimize death in American. But for journalists, then nobody comes after them. So they really get away with it. It seems to be good. It's my initial. But we spent a lot of time before we started talking to criminals. I spent a year trying to keep people safe before we actually and failing. There are lots of safe things to do. It's also really hard to talk to people in these organizations, and we failed 40 times before we figured out a way to access people.
Is it worth it talking to them if you figure out because it's not never going to be safe? It's not good people. When you have to look at this to some low level. Like, what's the benefit as a researcher, as a scholar of humans?
Yeah. So I actually don't think. Let's compare it to something. Okay, I'm in Austin for the first time, and I'm walking around, and there's all these people messing around on scooters without helmets.
You need to definitely interview them and see what the hell is wrong with you.
So nothing I have ever done in my entire career is as risky as that.
A nice way to take.
There are some words. I worked in Uganda, and I worked in yoga, and I was in Medellin, and I started working in Mexico, and both particular places, and things I did in those places, where I spent a lot of time making sure that what I was doing was not completely.
Did you pull up a picture of the Muslim shooter in Austin? Compare with the search that you have. I doubt this thing about with the data. I understand the point. Wow.
So I'm not trying to say there's good. I think there's like a calculated risk, and I think you become good at your work is becoming good. being able to assess these things.
There's another aspect to it too. When you're riding a scooter, once you're done with the scooter, there's something the lingering when you look over your shoulder, potentially for the rest of your life as you appreciate the whole conversation.
Yeah, I chose them. I've also decided my students. I wouldn't go with this plan
Fucking with us, dude.
I don't personally, so these guys are very, I mean, in many cases, they're selling the drugs, and they are laundering money for the cartels. They are taking down businesses for money, selling services, and they make a lot of money, and then living. They can talk about this. They want to talk about it because there's no double jeopardy. Frustrated for it. And it's talking shop. And so it's worth it. If you actually want to including something like
that's how I'm going to go back on the road for the Canaries and the Tops.
how to weaken these and we're connecting to when they roles that are like the United States. Or maybe you're touching the finances. Right? You're the regular oil, finance. You get to the product. And you're like, well, how many firms are there? What do they sell? What are the prices? And I was like, well, we don't really have. You would not very good, right? And if you're a policeman or someone who's in charge of monitoring this crime, you're kind of regulating those things. You're regulating the happens to us. And so that's kind of what we do. Is we really have a system. And like whatever these kind of things are, what the person is. And we have to do is we have a lot. Yeah. You do that, but we have, I mean, I don't do stuff but on the side, we manage to say it's not great and not translating well, it's only because I can't understand the speaking language. Like, I'm just totally open. No, to speak something like that. Totally
which was my dad,
local dialect. But more importantly, I spent the PhD there. That's I'm a quantity explorer. The guy who gets data. So we have people on our team, colleagues and employees who are doing full-time interviews. So, and then I just sometimes go. So what about the university down there?
Yeah, sure. Probably the let's see here. We have 591 for 3 years. 2000.
They probably kidnapped for at least a short time, a few hours per day, more than 50,000 kids
As a terror attack.
A little bit. I mean, most of the people who just let go after the kids held on. They tried to hold on. The short story: listen, if you're not popular, if you're running an army, you need troops. And nobody wants to fight for you. You have to be popular. Or you can have a small clandestine terror organization that tries to do a different set of tactics. But if you want a conventional outcome, you don't want to get that. Then you have to conscript. And if you want to conscript and you don't, here we conscript and we say if you run away, we'll shoot you. And we control the whole territory. So that's a credible problem. If you're a small insurgency organization, people can run away and you can't promise to shoot them very easily because you don't control all the territory. And so what these movements do is they try to break them. And I think what they figured out through years of abducting children, if you talk about people, they figured out that, we have to maybe I don't know, kind of say maybe 1 in 100 will buy the weapons. So we just have to conscript large membership. And then some small numbers will come away. And those will be our committed population. And those will become and if they'll buy the propaganda and they'll buy the museum. But because most people buy them,
laying that
it's
weak
just
bodies.
you
Diaz
have
is a
to
convicted
put
felon
that
with
vast
violent
numbers of
temper,
kids in
known for telling tall tales
so,
about crimes he
so
never
it
committed.
has the other
Clever
benefit
smokescreen
to
used to conceal
terrifying
his
the
real
population
misdeeds.
and the weapons themselves.
Diaz is
But
believed to be an
it was
enforcer for the
presented
Brooklyn Center,
primarily
a
a way to
hitman
solve
tasked with carrying out bloody
recruitment
executions.
problems when you're
And at the slow
totally
gets
like
out of the original.
hopeless and ideologically rebel. So in some sense, that's the issue.
I heard one interview with Dictator where the journalist was basically telling him, like, how could you be doing this? Basically calling out all the atrocities the person was committing. And the dictator was kind of laughing it off the like, cut off the, I feel like a very unproductive thing to do. You're basically stating the thing that everyone knows to his face. Maybe that to somebody, but that feels unproductive. It feels like the goal should be some level of understanding.
Yeah. He's been super elusive. I mean, why he's why he's fought this, I don't know. You know, it's not a great example of that's. You know what? If I look at that situation, is it's a little bit particularly again it works, but most of the political leadership for most of its post-independence history came from the country. That was like the power base, and it was dictatorial. So when you heard like people heard of like Milton Bote, and all these people were all from it. And then you get the current president who came to power in 1986. He's been on a long time. He's been 70s. He's from the South, and he was fighting against these dictators, and he was fighting for freer and better Uganda. In many ways, I mean, he's still a dictator himself, but he did create a freer and better Uganda. So he's better than this. He's effectively better than those before him. And he came to power, and it's like, and he was like, you know what, you guys, I'm talking to continues, right? You guys go want to have crazy. Believes he's like speaking, you know, through the Holy Spirit, speaking through him, and he's going to totally disrupt the North. I don't care. That's great. You guys just fester and fight, and that destabilizes his judicial power base, and that's just going to help you consolidate them. So he was an autocrat. He was an autocratic leader who allowed music to run around and cause mayhem because it was in his political interest to do so. And there's no puzzle. It's in some ways it's that simple. There's a little. Yeah, but took me a lot. Well, you know what? It's not so easy. In the middle of it, I didn't understand that. I don't think a lot of people did, and I'm not. I think I could persuade most people who study it to like see it that way. I think people that would make sense to people, but it makes sense in the moment. You know, in the moment this is happening, it's terrible, and you don't realize how relatable it was. Basically, it was the absence of effective police actions that and that lunatic would never, he's not that skillful movement, right? It could have been shut down, and there was just never a political will to shut it down. The opposite. That's what I meant. That unchecked leader. Not only did he not bear the cost, but you might have applied it as an autocrat to like see that violence happen. And in this case, it was just keeping the troublesome part of the business.
If it's okay to look at a few other wars, so we talked about drug wars and are there other wars that stand out to you as those lessons? You can jump around a little bit. Maybe if you can return briefly at World War II. On your framework, it's World War II and this the most traumatic wars, global wars.
I mean, one obvious driver of that war was the things that Hitler valued, and then was able to use his autocratic power to either convince other people or to press them. And so people stop there and say that. And then the West basically, and then because they were able, because they were such an economic and political powerhouse, they were able to make plans for the rest of Europe that you can kind of see the full, letting Nazis mark with a fight or France very quickly. You can kind of see this appeasement or acknowledgement of their superiority and bargain. That when you can see the Western response as a principled stand, I think that's a lot of truth to it. The forces, a lot of political scientists see a version of the problem, basically where you're strong enough, really strong. You're not going to be this strong. If we can get this terrible bargain and get everyone to capitulate through violence, if we start now and then solidify our power, and keep these in World War I, prevent the rise of Russia, and prevent the strengthening of and so we have an incentive right now to win the opportunity that's closing. They got is closing in 17. I don't know that story is persuasive in World War II. I think there's an element of a closing window.
They kept talking about closing window. Yeah, the really toughest closing window. I think as a nature that one was different in that there was pacifism. And it seems like if war broke out, most nations in the vicinity would not be ready. You could find that people, the leaders were in power, they weren't ready, so the timing is really right now. I wonder how often that's the case with leaders in war, the timing is now.
The other commitment problem, the other shift that was happening that he wanted to avert, that is time to act up with his ideology, is this idea of like a cultural crowded window of opportunity. That he wanted, it's conditional on having these views of Germanic people and pure race, and that now is in high pitch right now for these to sort of establish that it's possible. That's the incentive that requires it to be all as well.
How do we keep the open? What do would you say? Is there that you kind of provide an explanation? Is there a way to avoid it? Is violence needed to avoid it? Because people kind of tried rational, peaceful kind of usual negotiation at that point. This war is that unique to this particular, let's say World War I, World War II. There's an extra pressure on Germany and both wars to act. Okay, so we highlight that. Is there a way to alleviate that extra pressure to act?
Let me use World War I as an example. Suppose, as many German generals said at that time, we have a window of opportunity before Russia, where we might not win. So the probability that we can win the war will change a lot. Maybe in the next few years. So we are in a much better position now. Not use violence, but just if necessary. Because otherwise, Russia's going to be extremely powerful in the future, and they'll be able to use that power to change the market and to keep us down. And the thing is the principle, Russia could say, look, we don't want to get invaded. We know you could invade us. We know we'll be strong in the future. We promise to not wield our, use our, or just merely just sort of take what we can get in the future when we're strong. We're going to restrain ourselves in the future. Or we're going to hand over something that makes us powerful, because that's the bargain that would make us all better off. And the reason political economists call it a commitment problem is because that's a commitment that will solve the problem. And they can't make that commitment because there's nobody to hold them. Any international legal architecture, any enforceable UN Security Council, world government, anything that would help you make that commitment is a solution. All right, if that's the problem. And so that's why in Levine, the Officina can do that. They can say, listen, yes, combo that's strong today is going to be tomorrow. Even if that's terminated combo. Guess what? We're not going to do that, and we're going to make sure, we're going to promise that when these guys do get strong, we're going to restrain what they do. I mean, most of our constitution, stable countries have done precisely that, right? There's a lot of complaining right now in the United States about the way the Constitution supports power between states. It's a deal. That was a commitment. The Constitution was in the United States was a deal made to knew they were going to be in the future because of economic and demographic trends, or guess they might be. And it said, listen, you cooperate, and we'll commit not to basically ignore your interests. Now, 250 years later, we're still honoring those commitments. This is part of the deal. The union. And so we do this all the time. So Constitution is a good example of how every country writing a constitution after that constitution and all the other institutions provide worried about.
And does that help with war? So could you speak to lessons you've learned from wars in America?
Lebanon, one of the ways Lebanon had tried for a long time to preserve the interests of minority groups, powerful minority groups, powerful at the time, knew that the demographics were guaranteed the presidency because the leadership and this and that. And a lot of countries will apportion parliament to religious groups. That's an attempt to give a group that's temporarily powerful some assurances there in the future, and so they'll still have a set. Just like we portion some percentage way to demographic, but it's help people be confident that there won't be a really unstable arrangement in Lebanon, because eventually the de facto power on the ground just gets so out of line with this really rigid system of presidency goes to this religious group that it didn't last. So, but you can think of every conflict agreement and every constitution is like a little bit of humans' best effort to find an agreement that's going to protect the interests of a group that's temporarily has an interest in violence. To not, yeah, there's a lot of and always work, right?
The group threatening violence, actually doing violence is one way to make progress.
We're talking about bargaining and stuff, right? We're talking about Russians versus Ukraine, or Russians versus the West, or maybe it's Medellin gangs or something other. Like a lot of their bargaining, right? And so if I want power, I can just the strategically wise thing to do. I mean, it's terrible. It's totally different for us to be forced into. But the strategically wise thing to do is to build up lots of arms, to threaten to use them, incredibly threatening, but then trust or hope that your enemy's going to see reason and avoid this really terrible, inefficient thing, just like. But the thing that's going on all the time, both of you arming spending like 20% GDP or whatever on arms, that's pretty efficient.
Yeah.
That's the tragedy. Not of war, and that's good, but you have really limited abilities to incentivize our enemies not to arm and to keep ourselves armed. We love to agree to both the arm, but we can't. And so the masses that we have to arm and then we have to threaten.
Yeah, so the threat of violence is constant nevertheless. If we actually pulled up the disappear the paper, it's a big title called Civil War. The name is what's that about?
Well, that was, I mean, when I finished graduate school, I used to paper with my advisor at Miguel at Berkeley.
Most nations with paper open experience how hard conflict is. Yet while the word used still have less
Maybe last year or two.
I wish I was in a discipline that wrote papers like this. It's just really badass. Yet while civil wars central to many nations, this economic research and teaching, so on and so forth. And this is looking at civil war broadly throughout history, or is it just particular civil war?
Mostly looking at the late 20th century. I mean, I was trained as what we call development economist, which is somebody who says what places of countries are really. And I, like a number of people around that time, stumbled into violence. I mean, people have been studying the wealth poverty nations basically since the invention of economics. But there was a big blind spot for violence. Now, there isn't anymore. It's a flourishing area of studies, but in economics. But at the time, it wasn't. So there were people like me and Ted who were sort of part political scientists, because political scientists are for a long time, who started bringing economic tools and expertise and like partnerships with political scientists and adding to it. So we wrote this. So after like people were doing this for 5 years, we wrote a review article telling economists like what was going on. So this was like a summary for economists. So the book in some ways is the spirit of this article. This article, I mean, it's designed to be not written as like a boring laundry list of studies, but that's the purpose of this article. It was for graduate students and professors who want to think about and what we knew. This book is now trying to like not just say what economists are doing, but sort of say what economists, political scientists, psychologists, sociologists, like how do we bring some sense to this project and policymakers? Like, what do we know, and what do we know about building peace? And, because if you don't know what the reasons for wars are, you're not going to design it right here. And so again, so that was the. But I started off studying. Basically, boom there. And
we'll talk about that. For people who are just watching, we're amazing folks helping out when putting pictures and articles and so on. Mostly so I can pull the pictures on Instagram of animals fighting. And then we can discuss, analyze, maybe we do St. Peter. Let's go to all of this for people who are curious. But let me ask you, one of the most difficult things going on in the world today, Israel Palestine. Will we ever see peace in this part of the world? And so your book title is The Roots of War and Paths for Peace, or the subtitle. What's the path for peace? Will we ever see peace?
Yeah. If we think about this conflict in the sense of like this dispute, this sort of contest that's been going on between Israelis and Palestinians, it's been going on for centuries. And there were really just 10 or 15 years of pretty serious violence in that span of time. Most of it from 2000, 2009, 2014. They're like sporadic incidents which are really terrible. I'm not trying to diminish these hostages, by the way. Like, I'm just trying to point out that whatever's happening, as unpleasant and challenging and difficult as it is, it's actually not. And so it is it's sort of an uneasy stalemate. Israelis and Palestinians are actually pretty good at just sort of keeping this at a relatively low-scale violence. So there's a bunch of like low-scale, sporadic violence that can be oppression of civilians, it can be terror bombings and terror actions, it can be counter-terror violence, it can be mass arrests, it can be repression, it can be denying people to vote, it can be rattling sabers, all these things that are happening, right? And it can be sporadic 3-week wars or sporadic, very brief episodes of intense violence before everybody sees sense and then settles down to this uneasy that's not like right now. Think of that as like a piece of the sugar, no staple, right? So a staple is amity and any ability to move on form with this extreme hostility. We're not there yet. That's maybe very far away. But this is a good example of two rivals who most of the time have avoided violence.
You talked about this, like most of the time, rivals just like avoiding violence and hating each other in peace. So this is what peace. To answer my question,
Yeah, sometimes I mean,
this is what peace looks like.
not always, but I mean, it's kind of my worry. To go back to the Ukraine example, like it's really hard. It's going to be really hard to find an agreement that both sides can feel they can honor, that they can be explicit about.
Yo, what's going on, big dog? How are you, pimp?
Yeah, feels like first step in a long journey.
Happy New Year to you, my friend. I hope it is a very good New Year for you, filled with many blessings and lots of Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu growth. I am spending it with my Discord. Nothing too special, but in my own way, it is special. I love the people with who I am. How about you? What's in your agenda? No way. Where are you bowling? Is it like night bowling or is it like regular bowling? Oh, no way. That's amazing. But you can't. You're not going to be bowling all the way to midnight, are you? Amazing. That's great. All right. What's your favorite bowling movie? Excellent. You know what's an interesting fact about the Big Lebowski? They never show the Big Lebowski bowling, the dude. They never show the dude bowling. Isn't it? All right, what's your second favorite bowling movie? Yes, those are the only two. Amazing. And I'm sure there are others, but those are the big ones that James Kaminsky gets them. Amazing. What do you average when you bowl? Yeah, so do I. What do you average? Okay, have you broken 100? All right. Well, I think that would be a heck of a showdown then. I've got to say that it's been a while, but you know, still one of my favorite hobbies. And yeah. Well, are you going to play bowl against friends or family or what? Oh, excellent. Are you gonna let her win? Excellent. Take no prisoners, man. That's what I'm talking about. Excellent. Does she use a pink ball? How heavy? What kind of ball do you use? Okay, really launching it down there. Oh, I love it. I love it. Perfect. That works very well. Excellent. Beautiful. I think I'm like a 15, just because I've got these huge muscles and everything. So, the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu Fantasy Football League officially finished, and I will give you the results right now. This is very important information, not just for the sake of sports, but for the sake of the coin. So here we are. The winner was Rev Cloud. That is. Do you know who that is? Excellent. Why'd you say damn? Yeah, he did. He had a really good. He had a really good year this year. He beat Bitcoin Forever, and that was the championship. Everybody's favorite rabbi, on the other hand, came in dead last, which is what we wanted. The reason why I wasn't in dead last, I was in a solid 10th. But then I just decided, you know what, I'm going to pick up some really good players like Tom Brady, who hasn't played in years, and some other guys. And I just started them so that I could lock up the toilet bowl for myself. I go by the Talladega Nights mentality. If you're not first, you're last. So why not come DFL? And it was so much fun. You should, if you can, do it next year because it was absolutely a fucking blast. It made like every single game really, really exciting. I loved it. And shout out to Yo Yo for getting it organized and everything. And got to say that there were no one was too mean to anybody else in it. We were all pretty good. I got to say I kind of feel bad for Rev Cloud though because the coin when we started was worth more than when it ended. So he didn't get it. It wasn't a huge difference, but it wasn't exactly what he wanted. And I can imagine once Bitcoin recovers and gets back over 100,000, we'll see our Bitcoin do the same, and just positive things in 2025, right? Excellent. Absolutely, I think so. James Kaminsky, I sincerely appreciate you coming in, saying hello, wishing me good greetings, and I wish the same to you. And best wishes with bowling, man. Thank you. I love you too, man. Take care, James. That's the one, the only James Kaminsky, everybody. The man, the myth, the legend. Shout out to James. He's an amazing individual. Take care, my friend. Yeah, he's a really nice guy. He's gone. He's gone bowling with his girlfriend. I got to meet his girlfriend 3 months ago or something, and I think he might. He really likes her. I think he might marry her. So that's cool. Exactly. I'm happy for him. As I was saying, the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 new Fantasy Football League is over. I don't know if you know any of the people who were in it, but they were it was so much fun. It was I wish that we would do one for baseball. Basketball is kind of over already, but baseball we could do, but baseball is a lot of work. There are 162 games, and that means you have to really be on the ball with it. With football, they're only like 18 weeks, 16 games or so. So it's much easier to manage. You just have to do it like once a week. With baseball is wild. I played baseball one time with I was working at a bank, and one of the other people with whom I was with, uh, he invited me to play, and it was it was interesting. I didn't know that. I mean, I know a lot about baseball, but I didn't know that much about all the players at that time. Like I knew more older baseball information. And it was like every day I'd come into work, he would give me a rundown of how my team did. And it was like, dude, okay, I get it. I get it. You're got a really good team and you're really excited for it. Calm down, dude. But yeah, it can be fun. I'm actually in I was in a basketball one. I was actually in 25 basketball teams. I had 25 fantasy basketball teams, and 25 fantasy hockey. And after like 3 games into either of them, I just didn't have enough time. I don't want to say I didn't have enough time, but it was just too much to be able to manage all that stuff. But man, fantasy football was a ton of fun this year. Fantasy football alone turned me from someone who would go like years without watching football at all to I will watch like every single game. I watch Thursday games, I watch Sunday games, I watch the Monday game. I just that one thing of just having the uh, constant excitement of going head to head against people is just totally changes the sport for me.
Because through the internet, lots of sex.
Also, China's
Dude, sports is big in Las Vegas.
The fact that China is the
Yeah.
thing that's moving
So one of the things,
Right.
but there's another. It's almost like world is happening. A world. Apple. Not that. Not that feeling, and I think is the
Dude, I'm with you. The cell phone or the smartphone has changed everything for me and my attention span. And when before I could go to a movie and just watch the movie, now it's like, I wonder what's going on the internet. I wonder if there's any big news that's going on. It's that FOMO, fear of missing out, and that becomes very big with sporting events because they're so long and there are so many breaks that I want to get on. I want to see what's going on in other games. I want to see, I mean, just whatever it is. I hate it. I hate it that I'm so addicted to it. But I think that the the um the world has changed probably more in the last 10 or 15 years just because of the ability to have a cell phone wherever you are and be able to get that constant amount of information that um I it's a sad thing. And if it's ever taken away, meaning like if society didn't have it anymore, it would be like this huge like awakening, like, oh, we're supposed to interact with each other and we're supposed to uh right. I know that's what gets me. Before I started doing this, I wouldn't use my phone from Friday at sundown till Saturday at sundown. And fortunately, I was in a community, still am, that we would play. I don't do this with them now, but because I stream my life, but we would play board games and things on Saturday. So it was at least something to get your mind off it, and you wouldn't be tempted. But I'm telling you what, as soon as it was sundown in a little bit, everybody just there's something on Saturday night. It's called Havdalah. It's like basically the end of Shabbat, where once it's done, everybody's on their phones, checking their email, getting back to everything, making replies and everything. And it really made me appreciate when I would do it 6 days a week, having that seventh day off. But now I find that if I'm able to use it and I'm at a sporting event or I'm at the movies or something, it's just I'm pretty locked in. And it's, I mean, the internet is just filled with really interesting stuff. And just a moment.
running a firm survey, and I can use them to like help them with firm surveys. So now I'm in Nairobi and I'm to
These guys in this Harry are in this Bitcoin, not Bitcoin, Wall Street Bet server. They no longer make fun of me constantly, which is like a huge win for me. When I wish them a good day every day, I'll get some like positivity back. I made a a GIF. I'm gonna send it to you. I know I said that I made it the other day, which I did, but it was too big to send you. I made it smaller, and you may it doesn't do exactly what I want. Like usually when you send a GIF, it's like movement immediately, but mine for some reason, and I don't understand why, it needs some time to load. I think it's because it's pretty big, but even when I optimize it takes some time. So you should have it in your inbox and just click on it, and so it will it's basically all my shit, so that if you were like, okay, what is this, it just, you know what I mean, it's like one thing that just like an overwhelming of stuff. So I think I might change the first page to just say like dear Discord member or something like that, because I am in other Discords and I'd like to share it. And it's such a like kitschy thing that it's like, what is all this stuff? Like no one makes a GIF with like words in it that just scroll and everything. That it just gets a little bit of attention. So but anyway, when I post that, sometimes people, they're positive towards that. I I really think though, okay, so the saying that I always um try to remember, like they're getting really nice to me. They're just one moment.
In the region, and we were going to track 1,000 of them. We were going to randomly sample them, and then we were going to find them today, and we were going to track them, and then we were going to use like some variation in exposure was actually like show what happens to people when they're exposed to violence and conscription. We were going to like tell you psychologically, economically, we're going to like answer questions, and that which would help design better programs, right? And so we had to pre-participation committee like the next week and gave them a new one. And that was totally into advice on not to go, and they coordinated treat my whole proposal. So when I showed up my defense, they said, "You're actually three people, but you're actually you want you to only talk about the things you're going to do because it's like you should not go."
And I mean, it is incredibly ambitious, super interesting.
Exactly. The first time in my entire career,
Like a gigantically crazy.
well, all of my that's my day-to-day research job is not writing books why we fight. My thing, I collect data on things nobody else thought you could collect data on. So I always do turn it off, but it never turns out. I thought always goes sideways in an interesting way, and it works. So, but this one actually is off in spite of ourselves, and has come and it's a particular with it. There's actually
They're asking me for like daily Bible, which we've come a long way. If they were just making fun of me for all kinds of shit, and now they're asking me for a verse of the day, so I think that's pretty cool. I'll take that. There's a saying that
and I think at the end of the movie, they sort of like this will never work because these relationships and the tense circumstances never matter. Which is
I like. It's from Gandhi. Just a moment. I want to make sure I get it correct. Yo, dog, what's that Gandhi verse? First they ignore you, then they hate you, then they fight you, then you win.
That you
Yeah, that's it. And that's basically where we're at. So first they hated me, first they ignored me, then they hated me, then they fought with me, and now I'm winning. I'm not saying I've won, because there are still some people who just come in and they can they can still shit on me, but
I mean,
more and more they are
the hardest emotionally was
being more positive. And the thing is, like, my thought is this: I could do the same thing with music. Like Music Biz Marty, he's got to be using bots. And I understand, I get it. Everybody uses bots, but his Discord is smaller than my Discord. And for him to get 2,000 or 3,000 or even 1,000 people simultaneously is just not very realistic. Like, in order to get those kind of numbers, you need like a large. I mean, do you think he's using bots? Yeah, right. Bots. Yeah, no, unless he's got slow mode on, but I get what you're saying. If you turn on, there are exactly. Um, well, I um, I can tell you he has a lot more real people than these these kick people, and the reason why I say that is the I have just twice have I ever that of which I know of had a ton of people watching me, and one of the times was from him, and the other and I made friends from there. The only reason why I was unable to continue with those friends is I lost the account on which I would communicate with them. Though I would text with them. Like when you're texting with people, that's pretty like you and I are super close, but we don't text. I don't have a number, but well, I used to. But I no, I was on a it was like a free plan, and it ran out. The government stopped doing it in May, and so whenever I need when I need a and I just didn't need a $50 bill every single month. That I wasn't really calling anybody. I mean, I didn't really have anybody to call. So whenever I need to call, I'm able to just get like a temporary line. Um, but it's just like $600 a year that I didn't need. And um, yeah, I mean, and I've had it like I had a when I first started streaming, I really wanted to just be like the best IRL streamer that there was. So I bought 4 different lines and 4 different phones, and I would just like put them all over and have 4 lines streaming me at once. And then that those bills would come in at like $280 a month. And it just was like, okay, well, I can do this while I've got a job. But then when I started doing this full time, it was like, okay, I kept 1 line going, and actually I had 2 lines. I kept 2 lines going, then that went to 1 line, and then it was like I would look at my phone, and the people who would call me would be people from who I met on Discord, or who I met on um or who I met on um like Telegram. They were like the same people. I shouldn't say that. I'd have friends who would text me or something like that, but it wasn't like major connections, and I would also email with those friends. So I recognize that look, if so long as I'm doing this, I don't want to have any bills. I've got rent, which is like the biggest bill that I have, and I needed to cut everything out. So I recognize that cutting out a cell phone and cutting out like Netflix and Hulu and all that stuff saved me a couple $100 a month, which has been allowed me to do this much longer than I really thought I'd ever have to do it. I never thought when I started this that it would be 3 years. I thought it would be 1 year maximum. I figured, oh, if they find out, people find out I've done this for a year, that'll be. But my internet, especially then, wasn't that strong. And then, my even when like I had a family plan with Verizon that had uh, unlimited data, and I figured, oh, this is it. I'll be able to put these phones all around my room and not even need my Wi-Fi at home, not knowing that you can do that for about 2 days and then you get throttled. And once you're throttled, especially on the upload, you're done. And yeah. So I thought about it, at least just turning my phone back on. But again, it's $60 a month. I'm sure I could get cheaper plans, but at least that's what I was paying, 50, $60 a month. And exactly. Right. Exactly. With that unlimited apologies, but that unlimited data plan, I feel, is false advertising. It's not unlimited. Exactly, and the throttling's quite low. Well, like, it depends on how you use it. The amount of data that I use in a month is like terabytes, and no phone line is going to expect that to be normal usage. That's what they call it, unlimited under normal usage. And their normal usage is usually like either like 5 gigabytes or 100 gigabytes. But when I'm using terabytes worth of data, it's like there. I don't know of a phone service that allows that. So um, I should say I do have a phone number and I do have a line to it, but it's just like a temporary one. It's it's not ideal, meaning it doesn't have data to it, just like you're talking about. Like it's an emergency line if anybody really needs to get a hold of me. But it's kind of freed me as well because I don't have to go and like worry like, hey, somebody. I don't have to like. It's like one less thing I have to check. When I was in my career, first thing I would have to check every day is my email and make sure, like, like I basically had a boss, and I didn't like. I mean, no one wants to have a boss. Now I'm kind of much more free, and I like that. Um, and, yeah. Oh, beautiful. Um, Excellent. I mean, I've got enough. I appreciate that. Um, I, you know what? Hold on a second. When you sent me your contact information at one other time, and I believe I put it in at that time. Um, yeah, it's just up there. It's like that one. Yeah. Thank you. What happened? So I had like a normal line that you could use to pay, or like I would pay with, but when I started doing this 24/7, I was eligible for like a free phone. Like I forget what it's called. It's called like a Lifeline or something. And so I used that. But then the government stopped the Lifeline program in like June of this year. And when they did that, it was like, okay, let's see how long I can go without a phone. I'm sure it won't be that long. But then it was like a relief that I didn't have somebody to have to like keep up with. And if anybody needs me, they know to email me. And I have friends who email me and they're like, "Hey, I see you're still streaming. When you coming back?" And they're like, "Well, once I go viral, and it'll be a very big deal, or you might just see me show up randomly at shul, or randomly at some Shabbat or something." But um, then I started doing jobs like this summer where I could make a little bit of money, and then just to be able to pay my rent. But I recognize that if I just continue to pick up jobs whenever I need money, and I keep my bills really to an absolute minimum. I could do this. I don't want to say indefinitely. Everything will come to an end, perhaps, but I've got at least another. Like internally, I want to do it for the rest of my life. So that part of me doesn't seem like it's going to come to an end. Um, I always worry that the people who own the house one day are going to say you've used too much internet, and we're going to take that part out of your lease. And if they do that, then I have to work on getting a different internet service provider. But in the meantime, the worst that they've ever done, the internet used to go down all the time. And so the person who owns the house is actually in Iran. I've met them. I used to live with them. They used to live in the house, but they, yeah, yeah. So I would, yeah, yeah. So he he owns or he helped to start like an IT company, and his dad is the person who like does most of the management of the house, but he's getting older. The guy, his real name is, I write checks to this guy. It's like Corso something. It's like a very long name. Even every year, I write him 12 checks for each month, and I do it all at one time. And I have to have them write down the name for me because I can never remember, never get it right. But he goes by Jay. Anyway, he was living here, so we lived together for like 1 or 2 years, and then he moved out, and other people moved into his room, and that was no big deal. And I always just worked through his dad, but his dad doesn't know English very well, and so whenever I'm like, that went down, he'd be like, huh? And I'd be like, dude, can you please, like, let me. I used to have to go in his room and unplug the router, and it was just a huge pain in the ass. So I finally was like to Jay, I'm like, Jay, is there any way you can work on the guy who owns the house? His name's Jay. Is it, or he goes by Jay? Is there any way you can improve the connectivity? And he's so he did an audit and he looked, and I mean, just the amount of data that I was using caused me to be the bad guy. So he's like, "What are you uploading so much?" And it's kind of hard for me to be like, "Hey, I'm streaming my life on your dime," basically. But I explained to him that I'm a YouTuber, and he's like, "All right, well, just don't stream anybody else in the house, I guess, but you need to watch it with as much as you stream." And since I'm on just a month to month lease, at any time they could just be like, "Yeah, we're just going to remove internet from it." When I first moved in, this was in like 2018. Um, I remember as I was sitting to sign the paperwork, I said to them, I remember the listing said Wi-Fi included. It's the only reason why I started, well, two reasons. Was its proximity to my synagogues, but also because it had internet. And I said, "So you have internet, right?" They're like, "Oh yeah, it's unlimited, so you don't need to worry about it." I'm like, "Oh, okay." Little did they know that I would be the person who probably uses the most amount of internet, aside from any individual ever. And yeah, so my biggest worry is that they would take that out, and if they did, then it might mean, because then it's going to be like at least like for good internet, it's going to be like $200-$300 a month, perhaps, if I want like unlimited uploading and all that other shit. And so I just consider going back to work, and not that I'm against it, but because I do enjoy being a project manager, and I have never had a problem getting a job in the past. But I feel like then I can't focus on this. Then when people come in the Discord, they have to be muted the whole time for 8 hours and all this other shit, and it's not ideal. So I recognize that if I keep my food costs down, I keep my bills to nothing, and just have to pay rent. I sold my car. I mean, I've given everything for this, but because like why did I sell my car? I wasn't going anywhere. Like, it's expensive to go out um and even just to have insurance on it. So that was like last year I did that. So I had some money from that. And well, not ideal. I just say to myself, there's a light at the end of the tunnel. With each day, I get more and more influence. With each day, more and more people find out about me. And it's just a matter of time until the right group of people sees what I'm doing and endorses it, and I go viral. Now, I actually brought this up because of the Music Biz Marty Discord. He is someone who can somewhat make that happen, though I'm not using his Discord for that. His Discord is just really for nice people. He had Dr. Don come in today. Some really nice people from there. This Wall Street Bets one, I'm telling you, these are the people who are going to do it, and it's just a matter of time. I I think that I'm starting to grow on them, at least on some of them, and that's what happened in Harry Potter Obama Sonic Teninu. They didn't like me at first. They used to kick me out, and then all of a sudden, years go by, and you're just a a regular, or you're like a pillar of the community. I just think that the same thing's going to happen in here. I really think that it could have happened in the Aiden Ross Discord, but Aiden Ross stopped allowing just anyone to be able to be in his VCs. So I'm basically just been grandfathered in. In the other ones, like Socialize or whatever ones I'm in, because they're so large, no one really pays attention to me because they're like hundreds of thousands of people. I have found a sweet spot with like people who know who I am. There aren't a lot of people streaming at the same time, so they are able to recognize who I am. And I'm just kind of like a consistent individual. And I think if one of these days somebody's going to see that GIF that I keep posting, I mean, I don't spam it, but every once in like twice a day I do it. And they're going to say, you know what? It's so crazy. This just might work. What do you want us to do? And they would just be like, hey, make a post on Reddit and we'll get the community to upvote it and see if it gets any momentum. And if it does, it's game over. Yeah, that's sweet. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, that's sweet as a community. And not what I do. It's not what I do. I go for it. Yeah, they gave up. I do. It's important. It's important to maintain consistency. I think when people see that you're consistent, they see that you are rational. It's not like this is erratic behavior, and it's just absolutely. I invite people to do as much research on me as they can because then that just means that I'm growing in my influence. I'm basically living in their heads rent free. I mean, I'm not a perfect person, and I think everybody has some skeletons in their closet, but generally, I've done my best for every person that I've met to treat them as with as much respect as possible. I don't have any like I've never cheated on a girl. I don't have like a mean ex-girlfriend who's out to get me or a baby mama or I've never cheated anybody. I've never been fired. I have only generally like been been as good a person as I can be. Am I perfect? No. But even when I'm imperfect, I feel that my actions can be justified. Like, have I ever told a lie? Yeah. To protect my own life, I've had to lie. I think everybody on earth has. Or have I ever had to, um, have I ever gotten mad at somebody? Sure, I've gotten mad at people, but I do my best to not let it necessarily, like, I've never. Yeah, there's not. Yeah, right, right, sure, right, right, right. I, I, well, I appreciate that. I, I don't think that it's the. I don't think that I'm done yet. I mean, internally, I think I'm going to do this. I really do. I think I'll do it for the rest of my life, and I think that I'll get like Meta Ray-Bans that automatically upload to the internet, and people will just want to watch what I'm doing 24/7 in first person. I think that I used to do that. I have a lot of footage in like where I just recorded myself with my hat, and I actually like made this necklace that was a camera and um and like a recording box. They make these things um that's just like a box that looks like a little black box, and it has one button on it, and when you turn it on, it records all the sound going on around you, and a large it has a large um storage, so it can store like, I don't know, like 32, like I think it had a little card too. But basically, what I could do is just turn on this little box and have all of my audio recorded for an entire month, and then I just had to upload it to my computer. It didn't have anything else. This box was very indiscreet, but it would just record all the sound that was going on. And then I had a, a GoPro that I would wear, and I would watch the footage, and I would like, you know what? I would actually like to watch this of a human if I could always just log in and see what they're doing, whatever they are. If it was just like glasses on their face, and now we've got the Meta Ray Bans that kind of do the same thing. They just need to bridge the gap. I don't know. I don't think those Meta Ray Bans automatically upload, and that's what they need to do. It just needs to be a constant uploading thing so that you can live out someone's life. That to me would be really exciting. And I've got that kind of foresight, and that's what I'd like to do. Um, and I just need to keep being nice to these guys in this Wall Street Bets Discord, and eventually, I mean, they've got some big connections, and they'll get behind it because they're about making money. A lot of these guys don't have any money. A lot of them have a lot of money, and they want to make money. And I just have to convince them of the importance of data. And some of them already recognize it. One of them was asking the other day, they're like, how am I ever going to get out of the riffraff the um of the stock market? Like what's more important than money? And I said data. And all these people were like, yeah, he's absolutely right. Data is more important than money. Money doesn't really have a value. Data at least has some, it is something. Money is just, it has no intrinsic value. It's not backed by anything. But data, even if it's not necessarily backed in anything by anything, it has value because people can use it to learn. And that's an important thing. So I'm slowly convincing them of this. It's not going to happen overnight, but the fact that they haven't kicked me out and I've been in there now like 2 weeks, that's an excellent sign. When they used to kick me out all the time.
That was the hardest, but it was hard because it's everywhere. And interview the wars on it.
I'm like, I get them done. That guy with the pink swastika, he's nice to me now. And like when before they'd be really, really mean to me. And that's fine if they want to say I'm one of the good ones. So long as I can be a good influence to them and a light to them, I feel I'm performing my role in this world. What I don't like is people who think there's the saying holier than thou, and they think that they're better than everybody because they do something or whatever. They have more money than someone, or they have a certain education or whatever. I kind of just see that all as how you were born into that generally, or you were fortunate enough to be able to make a lot of money in one way or another. But that doesn't make you better than anybody. And I think that shows, especially when you look at people who are very um, determined and are people who pick themselves up by their bootstraps and are willing to make sacrifices. Those kind of people, if given the same opportunity that, say, like an Elon Musk would be, they might be trillionaires by now. They wouldn't just be worth $400 million; they'd be worth trillions. Um, I, One thing that I see happens is somebody like Bill Gates or Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk will be seen in this light that they kind of came from nothing, or they want to make it like they came from nothing. When like Bill Gates' mom was on the board of the University of Washington, his grandfather was on the board of Planned Parenthood, and he comes from a banking background. Um, Jeff Bezos, his grandfather was one of the heads of DARPA that started the internet. So, of course, you're going to expect his grandson to be a very successful person. To some extent. Um, well, I mean, if people don't know, well, it's just, it's, I mean, some people call it nepotism. I just call it taking care of your own, and I respect that. I'm going to do the same thing with my children and my children's children. I'm going to do my best to set them up. And so I understand. And then, but what bothers me is when they try to make it like they didn't come from this. If you want to know the story of Amazon, you watch any Amazon documentary. It all started in a garage. Bill Gates started in a garage. Apple Computer started in a garage. Um, Elon Musk, and he doesn't really start these companies. His dad, he says, was an electrical engineer, which is true, but his grandfather owned an emerald mine, and his dad has talked about it. And Elon Musk has done his best to downplay this information. It's like, Elon, you have pictures of you next to your dad's Rolls Royce. Nobody's going to think that you came from nothing. So he keeps these pictures, as quiet as possible. But I think that there is an opportunity here, especially when it comes to data, that it's just a matter of time. And if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. Then I sacrificed my life for 3.5 years or whatever it would be at that time for the good of the world. I did my best to be a positive influence on everyone that I met. I learned a lot about human sociology and human behaviors. I learned a lot about the internet, and I could utilize that to go back to project management or app development or anything else that I'm good at, and perhaps be able to continue my life. But at this point, I know that with give me another month in the Wall Street Bet server, and they will be wishing me, "Hey, how are you doing today?" And that's what I want. Once we're at that point, that's when we're cooking, because then I'll be able to have a little huddle with them and be like, "Guys, I need your help. Just you guys are very connected on Reddit. Please, like, do like, is there anyone here who can help me put together some kind of post, and we all just get 25 people to upvote it. If we get 25 people to upvote it, then I can go to the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Enu group and get them to get 25 people to upvote it, and I can get the same for Music Biz Marty and Aiden Ross and all the other people who I have, and make enough connections, and it'll be huge. And that's all that needs to be done. If I would, I say this, every day I think, how much longer do I have to do this until I'm very well known? And mark my words, you're 39 today. By both your 40th and 40th birthday, I think that we'll be writing our own checks. I could be completely wrong, but I just see the where I've grown. Like the first 2 years that I was on here, I didn't have much growth at all because I kept losing accounts, and it was hard for me to have any consistency. But creating the Discord has allowed me to have more consistency and people be able to connect with me and all of the other things. And then just being, just a consistent person in all these other discords. Like every single day, somebody comes to me and says, I see you in 18 different Discords a day, or 4 different Discords a day, or you're in all these Discords. How are you able to do it? And it's that's definitely a positive. And I have a feeling that the internet isn't that big. That, I mean, I know it's very big, I get it, but at least in social media, if it's a social media, I'm on it, and I have a ton of accounts on it. So once like somebody sees me on, let's say, Reddit or whatever, they're gonna be like, "Oh, this motherfucker spammed me on Twitter for 2 years," or this guy spammed me on Kick every day for 9 months. And like there'll be all these people who know about me, but they just didn't know they were all in the same web or the same network that I've created. And then it'll be really big. There won't be an issue of like, do you know who this person is? The fact I will, I have things lined up kind of where I want them. From a troll perspective, the people who are going to troll me, I already kind of am in good graces with the trolls already. So it'll almost be like they're going to defend me because they're going to be like, no, he's a normal person. He's been live streaming. Perfect. Yes, I see that. No, I don't. And I've got a couple other servers that I'm like that in. There's one called Tequila, and people will come in and be really mean to me. Well, they used to, I should say. I haven't been in a long time. And they will come in and people will back me up and they'll be like, hey, don't bother him. Like he's just doing his thing. Don't bother him. So long as he doesn't break any Discord rules, don't bother him. And I'm in this other one. You've been in it, Maya's Playhouse. Those people are like, I've just become like a staple in there. They know exactly who I am. They know exactly what I'm doing. They can watch me at any time, and it's just a matter of time. This thing is going to blow up. When it blows up, it's going to be like anything the world has ever seen before, and I think that's when it becomes very exciting. That's the first thing that I want to do. Is, I mean, of course, world peace is very important to me. And I'd love to say the first thing that I'm going to be able to do is stop all the wars, but I just don't think that that's realistic. But what I do think is realistic is me showing the struggles that I've had with technology and calling out the CEOs and the quality assurance teams and um the what would you call it, like the people who ban you, and I'll be able to say like, here's a perfect example. We have two devices, exact same thing that they're showing. Why is it that this one got banned but this one didn't? Why? And if you can't give me a good reason, then you need to go back to the drawing board and overhaul everything and make sure that it becomes consistent, because it's not fair. And another thing that I would say, I would call on, well, there are some things that I would really call on at least the United States government to do. Not anything that I feel is very controversial. I don't think that it's right for people to be able to hit children. And I'm very serious about this. And I think I could get every person in Congress to pass a piece of legislation to protect children against getting hit, especially by other people. Paris Hilton just passed one recently. I don't know if you saw this, but basically, she passed a piece of legislation, or helped to pass it, to protect children about, like, if you're in a like some kind of like development home, that they shouldn't be able to hit you. And I want to expand that to these children boot camps where they're away from their parents and they can get they can get really beaten. Here's why. How hard is too hard when you're hitting a child? It's a good question. Exactly. 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 We're all different. We're all different sizes. Children are different sizes. Can I use a weapon? And if so, which ones? Which ones are allowed? Can I use a belt? Can I use a wooden spoon? Can I use a shoe? Can I like I can't go up to an adult and hit them with a belt, but I can my own child. It doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't. It's never made sense to me. And I want to stop child abuse. I fortunately have not been someone who had to undergo some of the fear that other children have had to go through, but I want to stop it nationwide. Sweden was the first country to stop this in the 1970s. And it's like, if they've been doing this for 50 years, why can't we consider it? So those are pieces like that's a piece of legislation I would want to see passed, and I would be a major advocate for it. I know I can't change everything in the world, but I could focus on some things. But really, it would be on technology and improvement of technology. One of the biggest things would be defaults. I would just say, why is it that when I start my computer up, that it just doesn't go to defaults very well? Meaning, um, like, or my even my phone, like, um, my browser that generally knows what I want to do. Uh, but I have to set that all as a home page. A lot of these things are manual things that you have to do. And I just feel like there can be a, hey, we're AI. We know exactly what you do on a daily basis. You log into your computer, you check your email, and then you browse the internet or whatever. Do you want us to do this for you? And you can say no, but I feel like just having defaults for people would save people a lot of time. And another thing that I think could be done is updates to devices should be done in the background. I shouldn't be on my computer and all of a sudden it says, "Hey, we need to install an update," and then it just restarts on me. And that just happens far too often in society. And just little things like this, I could just almost like how Elon Musk tweets about things and then like they get done because he brings attention to them. Oh, the rabbi tweeted about this or whatever, and it got attention. Another thing that I don't think is fair, like so for instance, um, if you want to hire someone in the United States, there are all kinds of legalities that you have to essentially adhere to, especially when it comes to discrimination. Like, you can't discriminate on people over age 40. You can't discriminate against people based on their gender. Oh, well, most now it is gender, but or like their sexual preferences or their race. Okay, but if you are a social media platform, you can. And the fact that these social media platforms are paying people, to me, it makes them fairly similar to an employer. And so I feel that they should have to adhere to the same types of policies. Meaning, if we're looking at all of the people who you're banning and they seem to be like in a protected class, you can get in trouble for that. The reason why I say this, I noticed this on some platforms, and I could be wrong, but there were like TikTok, I feel did not have, when I was starting up with all of these different platforms, I just noticed there weren't that many African Americans on TikTok using TikTok or getting featured on my feed on TikTok. And I wanted that. I mean, I really I have a lot of black friends and I like black people a lot. And this was strange. And then I would go to BIGO, which is another one that's similar, and it was like filled with African American people, and I would ask them, like, "Why aren't you on TikTok? You have really great content." "Oh, I got banned from TikTok." "Oh, I got banned from TikTok." "Oh, I got banned from TikTok." And it's like, well, it's a Chinese company that is basically like enforcing their own rules, but you couldn't do that in the United States. You couldn't just say like, well, whatever this person said or what. Like for instance, I think a lot of the African American community has gotten banned for the N word because it's used within that community colloquially. Use it on TikTok, you get banned. So that to me is unfair. And without going into the nuances of the hard R versus the A or anything like that, it's just not right to me that they could just choose a word, and a word that is used a lot within one certain culture, And whenever that word is used, they can get rid of you. That to me is discrimination. There are other things that I don't like. I mean, really the big one I think that I will be in, with which I can be an advocate is the nipple, freeing the nipple. The fact that with all things being equal, if you have a man with his shirt off at the beach, that's grid content for TikTok and Instagram. If you have a woman do it, she loses the ability to provide for herself and her family. That is de facto discrimination, and I don't like it. It's not that I want to see nipples. If I want to see nipples, I can see all the nipples that I want. I can look at my own nipples. I can look at the hottest chicks in the world's nipples. That's not the thing. It's the fact that it's like a computer making a determination as to someone's gender and discriminating against them because of it. And I don't like that. So those are some easy ones I think that I might be able to change. The hard ones are, defense contractors and the Federal Reserve and that kind of stuff. Those are ones I don't think I'll be able to change, but I think I'd be able to make at least some good changes in the world. And at the end of the day, when my head hits the pillow, I know that every day I've done my best to improve the world in my own way. And when you can do that, that's a very gratifying aspect of your life. Who's that? Shout out to Mark. I'll be right back. I'm going to grab some water.
Could you actually their their stories? What's like the shape of their stuff? What common themes? How did those stories change you?
I remember I think really like your dispassion itself and your passion itself. I think I had to learn to create the dispassion itself. And we all have that capacity when we analyze something that's far away and happens to people different than us, but you have to, I think I discovered and developed an ability to like put those aside in order to be able to study this. So it gets maybe harder in a way that you have to be guard against. So you have to sort of remember to put your unit hat on. It's really horrible. I want to constrict you, and I don't want you to run away. Then I want to make you think you can never go back to your village. And the best way for me to do that is to force you to do something really, 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 really horrible that you almost incredibly believe you can never really go back. And it might be like killing a loved one. And so just hearing people tell you that story in all of the different shapes and forms, to a point, what was horrible about it is they did this so routinely that you'd be sitting there in an interview with somebody and they'd be telling you the story, like the most horrible thing that could happen to you or anyone else. But there's some voice in the back of your mind saying, okay, we really need to get to the other thing. We know that I know how this goes. Like, there's this thing like, okay, I'm not learning any skills here. Like, there's some part, deep, evil, terrible part of you that's like, yeah. Like, but let's get on to the other thing. But I know I have to do this. But every day you have to do that to get to because you're trying to actually understand how to help people. You're trying to understand how that trauma has manifested, how they others. Some people get strong for that. Some people get weaker. And if you want to know how to help people, then you need to get to that. I wasn't trying to get to something for my selfish purposes. I was trying to figure out, okay, we need to know what your symptoms are now.
TikTok, playing up on us. So if you're surrounded by trauma, that voice in the back of your head, they can just go, I know exactly how this conversation goes, and skip ahead to the solutions, to the next. And
so that was because you then have to do it yourself. So it's very helpful if you come home every night to someone who's got the same thing and B is a professional and very, 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 very good counseling psychologist.
I know you keep saying this, period. Is this true? Question mark.
The hardest thing, the organized crime stuff has been the hardest. But just figuring out how to get that information took us years of just trial and error, mostly error. Like just how to get people to talk to us or how to collect data in a way that's safe for me, that's safe for my team, safe for people to answer a survey. Like how do you get the information on what gangs are doing in the community, or how how it's hurting or helping people. Like you've got to run surveys and you've got to talk to people. All these things, and nobody knows how to do it. And so we had to sort of really slowly. Not nobody. There's a few of them. I think there's other academics like you who are doing this, but there's a pretty small group that's trying to like collect systematic data, and then there's a slightly bigger and much more experienced group that's been talking to these different groups. But every time you go to a new city, and there weren't that many people working on this in Medellin, there were few, you have to like discover a new. It's really going to be unique for that city place.
So there's not a website for each of the 17.
Yeah, we have a private group where we document everything, and it's a collaborative enterprise between these researchers and journalists and things. So they now have they can't go online and see this.
So that's individual researchers. That's not hiding right now.
Some of them have Facebook pages and things of this nature, so they do have public profiles, but not so explicitly. No, so they're kind of. Here's an example. So one of the things that's really endemic in emerging, it's true in a lot of cities, it's true in American prisons, is gangs govern everybody's everyday life. So if you have in an American prison, particularly in Illinois, California, Texas is another big one. But also, city, if you have a problem, debt to collect or to speak with a neighbor or something, you could go to the government, and they do, and they can help solve it, either the police or the gangs. And so that's like a really everyday phenomenon. But then there's a question of how do you actually figure out what services they're offering, how much they pay for them? Do you actually like those services? And how do you comparison shop between the police and the gang? And what would get you to go from those gangs to the police? And then how's the gang strategically going to respond to that? And what was the impact of previous policies to make state government better, and how did the gangs react? And so we had to sort of figure that out. So that was just hard in a different way. But I don't do the mostly punching stuff. So that's much easier in that sense.
By the way, Jorge Choma, some of these folks are out of prison.
Yeah.
That's it.
One of my collaborators in this guy named Sullivan, who spent a lot of time hearing militaries, but he's talked to more of these people than I. I haven't talked to those. We haven't been talking to them, but also they were there.
Yeah, so it doesn't.
The system was totally different. That's super interesting. Maybe when they were that was 30 years ago. And the system obviously almost more creative. He integrated with all these 17 personas and all these street gangs are the fragmented one, the remnants, which is one unified empire, which he gave the name of the scene. I mean, I think there's a little bit apocryphal, but the idea is that I think he said every doctor has to use this, so should we.
I still love that there's parallels between these mafia groups and the United Nations Security Council. This is just wonderful. It's so deep. Let me ask you about yourself. So you're thinking about war, you're in part this rationally. Just analyze or try to understand. So you as a single individual that's going to die maybe talking to the people that have gone through suffering. What do you think about your mortality? How has your view of your own finiteness changed? Have you thought about it?
Maybe the reason I can do this work is because I don't think about it a lot.
Your own mortality or your mortality?
Yeah, I have to think about death a lot. So,
but there's a way to think about that, like numbers, calculation, when you're doing geopolitical negotiation. And then there's like a dying child or a dying mother.
Yeah, I guess I know I'm in a place where there's risk, and so I think a lot about minimizing any risk. So that I think about mortality enough that I just, because I'm kind of an anxious person, like I'm kind of a worrywart, like in a way, and so I'm really obsessive about making sure anything that I do is low risk.
That gives you something to focus on. Numbers, the risk, trying to limit. Yeah, there's still the existential dread Or risk. Minimization doesn't matter.
I've never been in a life-threatening situation.
Yeah,
and
that's somebody who, you sound like Alex Honnold that teaches the free climbing. He doesn't see that as much.
That's but
That sounds exactly the same. Because you just said, I've never done anything as dangerous as those people riding scooters.
So I've actually been a rock climber for like 25 years with a long break in between. But I'm the same way. Actually, rock climbing is an extremely safe sport if you're very careful. It's like free climbing is the opposite of that. But I mean, like, if you got a rope that's attached to you that goes up, is like attached to 18 trees and comes back down, you're fine. Because, you wear a helmet, you're good. You're totally fine.
Yeah, but this is super safe too.
Don't free climbing. No.
We're watching free climbing. I mean, because you're only going to put your hands and feet on sturdy rock, and then you know the path.
No. Totally. I know something. I've friends of I've known people who do some of these totally wacky sports, and let's say the fight. So I think it's totally. I think
even in that. By the way,
I can't even watch those movies because those freak me out too much because it's just too risky. Like I can't. I don't even. Yeah, so those things. I've never watched like Free Solo or anything. It's just too much.
Still not as dangerous as Speed.
Yes,
I'm not gonna let that go. But even in that, so risk minimization, the work that you do, of course, is this sort of philosophical, existentialist view of your own mortality. This thing just ends. Like, what the hell is that about?
Yeah, I have this amazing capacity to think about it. It's just be a self-defense. My father-in-law, Jean's father, is an evangelical pastor, actually. He's now retired, though. And this he would talk about when we were getting married. They were terribly thrilled that she was marrying a agnostic or atheist or something like that. We could love each other very much. It's fine now, but I only started discussing because that was one of his questions for me. Like, well, how can you possibly believe that there's nothing after this? Because that's just like too horrible to happen. And we really never saw eye to eye on this. My view is, listen, I can't convince myself. I believe what I can't convince myself otherwise. Anything else is completely impossible to me. And for some reason I can't understand, I'm at peace with that. Like, it's never bothered me that one day it's over. And I understand the fact that people have angst about that and that they would seek answers makes total sense to me. And I can't explain why that doesn't bother me. But yeah, maybe I'm worried about maybe I won't be able to do sorts of risks. I'm like that. I minimize. I try to optimize like groceries and fridge too. Like I put
Very economist way to live, I would say. That's probably why you're good at
that. Might be true. That might be there's some selection in economics of these cold countries.
chicken or the egg. Do you have advice for young people that want to do as ambitious, as crazy, as amazing work as you have done in life? So somebody who's in high school, college, either career advice on what to choose, how to execute on it, or just life advice, how to meet some random stranger, or maybe a dating advice.
That part's easy. You have to fly coach and go to the internet cafes. You can't they'll the development workers. They know that's like this is class, and you'll never meet somebody.
Yeah.
No, I actually spent a lot of time writing advice to my blog, pages and pages of advice, and one of the reasons is because I never got that. Like when I grew up, I went to a state school in Canada called Waterloo. I loved it, but people didn't go on the trajectory that I went on from there. And I had some good advisors there, but I never got the type of advice I needed to pursue this career. So it's very concentrated in elite colleges, I think, sometimes in elite high schools. So I tried to democratize that. That was one reason I started the blog. But a lot of that's really tricky because every week I have students come in my office who know how to do international development work, and I just spend a lot of time giving them advice, and that's what a lot of posts are about.
Yeah, they're very specific questions? Like, what is it the country by country kind of specific questions, or what?
I think that they're all trying to do that. I think is the right. I don't have to give them a really basic piece of advice because they're already doing it. Like they're trying to find education. They're really interested, and what I mean by that is it's like a career where they find meaning, where the work is almost like superfluous because they would do it for free, and they're passionate about it, and they really find meaning. And then it becomes a little bit all-consuming. So scientists do that in their own way. International development management, there's people who are doctors and nurses. Like we all do our careers for other reasons, right? But they find that meaning of career. So I don't have to tell them whatever you do, find meaning. And try to make education something that you do for free amongst all these meaning options. That's what I would tell them, but that's what I would tell high school students and young people in college.
Sometimes it's hard to find the things.
Well, that's the other thing. It took me a long time. So I actually started off as an accountant. I was an accountant for a few years. So I did not.
Did you wake up to the point excited to be alive?
It was miserable. I found it by accident, which is another different story. But I landed in this job and degree where I started accounting. I was miserable, like totally miserable, and I hated it. And I was becoming a miserable person. And so I eventually just quit. But I was the way, But then I was working in the private sector, and I actually just need to try on there. I actually had to try on like 3 or 4 or 5 careers before I found like this mixture of academia and activism and research and international development.
So did you know that this was love when you found this kind of international development? It's academic context to.
The key lesson was just trial and error. We all have to engage in it until it feels right.
It's okay. All right. Step one is trial and error, but until it feels right, it's like it often feels right but not perfect.
Yeah, well, that's true. Right enough. I mean, I was really intellectually engaged. Like I just loved learning about it. I wanted to be like it in some sense. Like I was an accountant, but I was reading about like world history and international development in 4 countries in my spare time. Right, and so it was this hobby, and I was like, wait a second, I can actually do that. But just I could research this and even write those books. And that's kind of what I did 25 years later. That didn't occur to me right away. It was possible. This is the other thing people do their 9-to-5 job and then they find meaning in everything else they do. They're volunteering, their family, and their hobbies and things, and that was my social media thing. And that's a great task too. Because not all of us can just have an education or find it. You can only just subscribe to it. And that's not entirely true. Everyone in my family does like their job and get a lot of fulfillment out of it, but I think it's not. That's a different path.
It's good to take the leap and keep trying stuff, even when you feel like it really working.
Yeah, the hardest part was it got easier for a while. It was quitting. But now we take this to a lot of people. And one of the reasons I podcast or videos, Tyler Cowan kind of takes this approach to everything. He takes this approach to the movie.
Yeah.
They walk into the movie theater after half an hour if you don't like the movie. And
the kind of person he probably is. I don't know what how you say this. He's probably somebody that goes to a restaurant. If the meal's not good, I can see him just walking, paying for it, just walking away.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I thought it was great. And I would never just put the book down halfway, and I would never stop watching. But then I convinced my wife to live in New York when we were single initially. Before we were a child, and we lived in. There's all this theater. She said, let's go to more places. Let's just walk out after the first act if we didn't like it. And she thought that was crazy. And I said, no, here's what Travis does. And then we started doing it. And it was so free and glorious. We just go through so many more chances to sing. And so I think I did that. Without realizing how it took. I'm good.
That's how Now, some of the good stuff.
Yeah. I don't, but I really speak with because I explained to her I had a relationship for 2 or 3 months, 11 years. What I said, she said, I didn't believe him. I just, I'm just, so I walked away. So I took this approach to the consumer.
Uh, big really explain to how that is a big what well no not what over stick listening how to see how's about one day I started out of ATMs. Went in the next morning I woke up and I did. So yeah, former site built the first darknet. That's my father. In lots of and also um, time to sit I would talk to people because have across and not let them when dismiss the crime. The other will never fully manipulate. I get words said jurisdiction, but also their humanity. I believe each of us have the capacity to become both a criminal and victim, predator and prey. It's up to us to avoid these patterns. It's on each of us. It's our dangerous. This is the Lex Frequent Podcast. Support it. You check out our sponsors in the description. Now, your friends. Here's Brett Johnson. You were convicted of 39 felonies for cybercrime, placed on the U.S. Most Wanted list in 2006, escaped from prison. You built the first organized cybercrime community called Shadow Crew, that is the precursor to today's Darknet, Darknet, and for all this, the U.S. intelligence service called you the original Internet Godfather. The first question: how did your career as a cybercrime criminal begin?
My life of crime began when I was 10 years old. 10 years old. Think about it. I mean, we would probably play robots. Usually just Lego bits, get involved with everything else. But, with me, it was like that. With me, I'm from Eastern Kentucky. Eastern Kentucky is one of these, it's like parts of Texas, parts of Louisiana. But you're not fortunate enough to have a job. You may be involved in scam, hustle, fraud, whatever you want to call it. I was my parent. My mom was basically the captain of the entire crop industry. So this is a woman that at one point she's stealing a 108,000 Fender Caterpillar V9 bulldozer, tramming it down the road. At another point she's taking a slip and falling in a convenience store trying to sue the owner. We had a neighbor. She acted as a pimp for at one point. That's my mom. Dad.
Wait. The neighbor acted as a pimp.
My mom prostituted. I mean, she acted as a pimp for a neighbor. Her name was Betty. My mom used to sell her out. If we needed money, my mom would find men to sleep with for cash. We'd take a part of the cash.
So it sounds like she diversified the methodologies by which she hustled.
Gary, they had that entrepreneur. We see that a lot with cyber criminals.
So what was the motivation for her? Is it money? Is it basically rush playing the system of being able to know the rules and break the rules and get rid of it?
My mom's a cute person. She was no rules. My mom was the individual. She's still alive. My mom was the individual who tested people. She wanted to know how far she could use you, and you come back and still love her. So, and that was with every relationship she's ever had. She was cheated on, she was involved with, she would abuse her children, she would
Psychological, physical.
oh, it was mental, emotional, physical, everything. I mean, she used to beat me in the face with belt buckles. And that ended when she was, I forgot what we had done. It wasn't much. I think that it may have been part where she accused me of stealing her marijuana. But she was hitting me in the face. We were living in a single wide trailer. She was hitting me in the face. We were on the bed trying to get away from her. And the niece kicks her through a closet. Is what happens. And the niece stands up and she said, "You're going to get it." And that was the last time her mom was.
So sorry to take us there. Here, for people who know you, and people should definitely watch some of your lectures online. You're extremely charismatic and fun and jolly, whatever word you want to use. But, you look at that kind of life, there's darkness there, there's struggle there.
There's a lot of.
So, how did you feel? If you go back to remind the kid you were with your mom, was there sadness? Was there things like depression, self-doubt, all these kind of things? Or did you see this crime, this chaos, was ultimately exciting?
Back then I didn't think it was exciting. Now it becomes exciting when I start getting involved in cybercrime, right? But back then it was simply a means to an end. It was all it was. So you take a hit. The way I get into it is like I said, my mom was a foster. My dad was a good guy. He just forgot he was this good guy. And he always had these principles. But his issue is he loved my mom so much he was scared of her leaving. So if she would do something, commit crime, cheat on him, whatever, he pretty much just put up with the one incident. So I mean, this one she used to bring men home in front of him, tell him that, hey, I'm leaving you. I don't love you anymore. I want you to die, blah, blah, blah. Now, this was my mom. There were two instances with man where he can't take it anymore. In the first instance, I guess 7 or 8. My sister nieces and my dad actually files for divorce. Files for divorce. My mom kind of goes crazy. My dad, I was with my dad, my sister was with my mother. That's the type of mentality. You know, men stay with men, women stay with women. So he was filing for divorce. Me and my dad were living in an apartment. My mom was living with her grandparents and with her parents, bouncing back and forth too. And I remember I was sleeping in bed. We had a sink by bed. My dad slept on the sofa. I woke up from some sort of ruckus in the living room. So I wake up, I walk in the living room, and my mom has a knife. My dad's doing, and basically I was still my son. My mom was this individual that when she knew she was so hard, like I said, she was always this beautiful testing. Well, can I do this to you? She knew it. She was always also this person that if she went too far, she knew it, and she would always try to divert that to something else. All right, so she knew at that point she went too far. So what does she do? She gets up crying, goes to the bathroom, and pretends to slit her wrists so that Aunt Ray will respond to that, not respond to what she's just done to her. That was my mom. She had a history of this kind of stuff. Motivations as far as God with her. I think with her, it was she was an LP. She had a very good nurse, but she didn't want to. Was a lot of so with her, it was easier for her to commit fraud. And I say commit fraud, it was against businesses, against people. I remember at one point she's buying over-the-counter capsules and emptying capsules out, putting some other crap in there and selling it at a speed that people are buying it. She did anything she could. And of course, I get along with it. What happens is we were in East Panama City at that point, and my mom leaves me. That's the way she left. My great grandpa, my mom tells all three of us, hey, we're going back to the kids who are back east of Kentucky to attend funeral. Well, that was her leaving. Me and Lisa didn't know she would have any of our clothes and all. She stores her clothes in the trunk of the car, and she leaves my dad. I don't get to see my dad again for, I think, 5-6 years. My mom, like I said, she used to be home with my dad. She would sit there and cry and beg her not to go through the bed. When she leaves, she kept up. So we were living at my grandparents' house. My grandfather, he had converted the house. He had raised the house and built apartments underneath it. So me and my sister and my mom living in apartments underneath. That whole scenario was just nuts. My granddad, Paul, he was. This is a man that he didn't want you to hear any of the street. So there's no such thing as me and these students to eat. If he found out me and these was taking a bath, he would allow to bathe in 2 inches of water 1 time a week because he didn't have to pay the water. There's rules. You know, if you couldn't have the TV on when he went to bed at night, you had to have the television to allow you to watch it without water. Because he put it, he would kick the power break. This is my thing. So my mom, she used to leave me in the place at home to bathe. She'd go out, party. Sometimes she'd go in the car. Sometimes we'd wait in the living room. She would park in the house. most times she left us at home. And my entry into crime, Denise walks in one day. She's 9 years old. She walks in one day and she's got back to Fort Johnson. And looked at her and I said, "Where'd you get that?" She's like, "I stole it." And it's like, "Show me how you did that." She takes me over. She shows me how she steals food. How she's stuffing it down her pants. So we start stealing food. I'm like, "Oh, let's do that shit." So start stealing food, and we get to wanting a sandwich. Well, you can't stuff milk bread down your pants. So there was a Kmart in the shopping center. I go over to the Kmart, get a hoodie off the rack, take the tags off and wear it out, which is fine. And the way you steal bread is you put the hoodie over your shoulder, stuff all the bread down the sleeve, and you walk out with it. So we started doing it.
How'd you figure that out?
Just thought that.
So you said there's like strategic thinking here.
Yes, you can't wear the hoodie and put the bread down here because you mash the bread and you zip it up.
Like, we have to speak through that.
Yeah, thank you. But you got to realize by this thing, I'm already stealing public character.
That kind of puzzle solving, something you were
You're pretty young. But see how they act. My mom, I guess you call it a good thing. They never entered that hidden from the kids. There was no discussion behind closed doors. All that happened.
And from your young mind's perspective, seeing that kind of crime, you basically, a lot of us going to grow up thinking there's rules you're not supposed to break. If you see other humans breaking those rules, then you realize these rules are just human made.
But it gets worse. I was in an environment where there were no decent people. I didn't really be my first decent person until I was 16 years old.
Who was that?
That was a high school teacher. So what happens is we start shoplifting. My mom finds out that we've been stealing stuff, and she joins us. She joins us. She comes in. I've got the attention. I've got the Atari 2600 playing the hell out of. And she starts seeing this. She's like, "Where'd this come from?" I'm like, "Well, we found it. You can find that." And he stands up and stuff it. My mom showed me how you did that, and she gets her mom too to join it. And she used to run the businesses in shoplifters. We take, we'd just stuff for her. We would distract security, and her and my grandmother they got caught. But that's the entry of crime. Well, Denise, I'm adamant, and I kind of mean it. But the truth is, I say, and I do mean it, that I'm responsible for my choices as an adult. All right. I believe that when you're a child, you can't control that. The adults in your life can control what you do. All right. Once you're an adult, your choices are yours. Now, that being said, there's some, you can't dismiss that childhood influencing what I did. You can't do that. It was kind of written on slate that, hey, this guy when he grows up.
That's like sometimes that one person you meet, that decent person, can turn the entire.
Absolutely. So what happens is, the abuse, everything continues. And when I'm 15, my dad was in Panama City. My mom was, we were in Haskell, Kentucky. She was dating this guy. My mom was this guy, this woman. The abuse it was crazy. It was crazy stuff. She would tell me and my sister, that she gave up her life for us, that she was going to leave one day and never come back, that we found her dead in a ditch someplace. She'd go out and take these men, she'd come back and she'd talk about how these men were abusing her. So she'd be dating this guy, and she'd come back and she'd start talking about how he had tried to rape her, trying to get me to respond. And I would respond. Make no doubt, I would respond. Well, what happens is, I knew that, I don't know if I knew it was abusive, right? But I knew things were fucked up. I was talking to my dad in Panama City, and I really had in my head that I was there.
I don't care who's doing better than me.
I call my dad.
I'm not in competition with anyone
I was set
else.
to go to
The only rival I have is the person I was yesterday. I don't care who's doing better than me. I'm not in competition with anyone else. The only rival I have is the person I was yesterday. I don't care who's doing better than me. I'm not in competition with anyone else. The only rival I have is the person I was yesterday. I don't care who's doing better than me. I'm not in competition with anyone else. The only rival I have is the person I was yesterday. I don't care who's doing better than me. I'm not in competition with anyone else. The only rival I have is the person I was yesterday. I don't care who's doing better than me. I'm not in competition with anyone else. The only rival I have is the person I was yesterday. I don't care who's doing better than me. I'm not in competition with anyone else. The only rival I have is the person I was yesterday. I don't care who's doing better than me. I'm not in competition with anyone else. The only rival I have is the person I was yesterday. I don't care who's doing better than me. I'm not in competition with anyone else. The only rival I have is the person I was yesterday. I don't care who's doing better than me. I'm not in competition with anyone else. The only rival I have is the person I was yesterday. I don't care who's doing better than me. I'm not in competition with anyone else.
Grandparents were, they didn't know what happened, so I didn't say anything. About an hour later, as you say, police, they pull up, and two of them get out. I'm sitting on the front porch, and they start walking out there. Everybody starts walking out. They arrest Brett Johnson. They arrest him. Spent 3 months in a county jail to have in that county, so I spent 3 months in solitary. Went to trial, pled guilty to assault the judge. So he was time for psychological evaluation. Had counseling after that. So remember what's happening. I became this pariah in the family. It's crazy. Not a day goes by. I don't. That moment. And what happens is you're going to get 15. 15. So I go back to the hospital that I was in, and
Everybody out there.
everybody. So I moved. We moved to the hospital. I finished up a year there and moved to back to Erie County, where hazard is. So we moved there, and they've got 3 high schools. They've got MC Major, they've got Hazard High School, they've got Bill Holmes High School. So I was with the Anthony School, half mile of MC Major. So up there the first day of school, and I met me and my mom was just walking into the school, and the kids looked at me. Kids. So she's like that. So my mom said to me, "Oh, my mom So from there was put me down at the city school for Hazard. And the principal tells my mom, the niece can come. He can't. So my mom wants to raise him. No, it's technically the other school like 15 miles away. And so I go there and I accept it. And I walk in the first day. And this English teacher named Carol I walked in and with the paper out. She was a homeless teacher. She heard this. And that was the way she explained it. She heard this. She was like, son, are you protecting trauma before? I'm like, no, ma'am, but I'm interested in the academic thing. I was a quick recall. And she's like, no. No, I'm not interested in theater. I'm interested in academics. She was the head of the rabbi and head of the academic. So the deal was, tell you what, you can get on the academics team if you start with theater. And I was like, okay. So what happened was she's the first recent person I met. She became this surrogate attitude. So under her tutelage, I become one of the top academic team guys. Around the captain of the team, this across all the counties. So we had a meet. It was like we used to tell people the high school that I came from, the first time the high school came against us. She told me, I was talking to her about a year ago, and she told me, she's like, Brad, she said, that first meeting in high school, she said, the captain came in and looked at you and said, oh, you got Johnson boy on your team? She said, my response was that Johnson boy is but I did that, and then with the theater, I ended up senior year. I won best actor and actress. Only got a so did pretty well. Had scholarships coming out of high school and everything else. I'm the idiot. You can make a hell of all the names you try to do. You can make a hell of a actor. I'm very good at that. I'm very good.
And you were acting professionally.
I'm not professional. You tell me. What happened? So I turned down her name's Jack. So the community college. The community college hires a new theater chef out of California. He was the guy that ran the Sanford Lake State. And Edward, his claim was that he had written 3 minutes. 3 little midget kids back in the 80s. And I didn't make it. So he was out there and money to come down and do his play. So we put that on. I was doing so Ed sees the show. He's like, scholarship. He said, look, he said, right now you're a big fish in a small pond. You make a big fish in a big pond. I said, deal. So I took the scholarship. And he was like, I'll be back in 2 weeks. So he flies out. 2 weeks later, this guy flies back in. He drives down to the ridge. I'm out shooting ball with cousins and friends. He pulls up. And he gets out of the car and I was in the car walking up to him. I was like, hey, man, walked in and his parents. He's like, no, I got it. I was like, okay. So I keep shooting the ball. He walks it out. So he got 15 minutes. Walks out. I didn't shoot. Doesn't say a word to me. Gets in the car. I don't hear him. I have no idea. Takes me a couple weeks. What happened is my mom, he walks in and introduces himself. My mom pulls a knife off me. I will shoot you. You are not going to steal my goddamn. Here's the guy. And kind of broke my heart. You know, it's like, so went into full blood game. I had already been I've already been kind of brought up on that side of the family. What are you doing? Drug that illegally whole security. Yeah, why would you? So you turn up to properly mine coal, you have to put right? Eastern Kentucky, a lot of people don't, they can't afford the permits. You know, they can get them a piece of equipment, you know, you get those codes. So you start mining, but you don't get permits, so you don't have to find it. You don't have to pay. Back then, $3,500 for a 2-acre permit, $5,000 for a 2-acre permit. That's your strip mine. The coal on that, then you have to pay for the reclamation. So once you uncover the pit, take the coal out, you back up the pit, sow grass, make sure everything is they've only got silk on everything else.
The whole idea is you buy an acre of land, You can, it's a whole process to go through. Entire process. When you people are involved in the mining, the smallest thing that you can require from the mining operation, you can do it for 3 or 4 minutes. Okay. So you got your loader operator, those are operator. You need to farm out the trucking to somewhere you do that, or trucking company can do that. The investor, whoever owns the business as well. So very few people can run an operation and profit really well, as long as you don't have to do the reclamation and all that crap on top of it. The reclamation is expensive. If you're uncovering coal, a ton of coal is basically about 36 cubic of coal waste within the sector the way that the bituminous coal. That's the renewables. The fact that you know exactly the volume of a ton of coal, I mean, yeah, you learned it. I readily get on that. So you uncover it, and you kind of sell the tip. Well, the thing is we're going to sell coal. When you sell it, you want to go to home tip. No, but you have to do it legally. So back then, a ton of coal was basically like purchasing and you'd have to go out and you'd test the BTUs. You take samples, you might have to test the BTUs. You can take create a scalable unit. So you test what BTU coal was by hearing out in the color what BTU is going to be. Back then, it was just with BTU. So 12 ounce coal, 2,000 tons. You take that sample over to the coal pickle, and then you decide how many trucks you got. The trucking company. And where you get it out, because you've got the agents that are looking for you by this point, because people that you bought those pipes to be able to have them. You said you're going to get more than $2 a bill. Well, the other people there are paying them off, or are you not? Well, if you're not paying them off, you're not paying them. You're mining it illegally. Well, all of a sudden, you've got all these inspectors that are coming around and you're thinking, hey, we know what you're doing. So they're looking for you to get the pit out. So when you get the pit out, right dead of night. So, you're looking at the clock is there, hauling his ass out. So, and your mom ran. Yep. And you take the point behind it. Yeah, and I'm going to run the rotor, run the dozer, and have to clean off the pit. This lifestyle you grow up with. You learn how to do this. So they have to be very broad insurance. Very broad. We break down the trees there. Very broad. It's much more listening. It's basic. Side roads with a sign and a bucket. Taking up lessons, almost shelters for abuse for children. Stuff like that. Then later on, we're going to talk about that. But actually, we should step back and talk about your mom and your dad. Given all the complex ways of let's see how far you could do today. Do you love her? I called my dad. My dad, he's back. He's got a heart. I looked at it and said, I'm 52 now. Prior to 52, I would have been like, no, you need to do this. But I looked at him and I was like, I understand. You're done. And so he's not going to get back. I started to this and asked him, and I was like, Dad, I'm not. I love my mom, but my mom is she's not. And he told me and he told me that it took him several years to really understand. He loves her too, but it takes to really understand you like that. It's not a bad thing with family, everything else. And understand. I think that when you're abuse, you've never seen it before, you've never encountered it, and it happens. Well, you're like a frog in water all of a sudden. You get to the point where it gradually increases and stuff. How do you get out of it? Everybody else sees it because you don't. I grew up in that environment, so it took me a long time
come to terms with it. My sister came to terms with it long before I did. My sister, she's been a decade talking to her mom. Like, she had tried to commit suicide. What got me so bad is she said at one point that she always thought someone was coming to save us. And my response, and it just immediate response, I didn't even think about it. My response was, well, at least I knew no one ever was. And looking at things now, I think that's where our paths converge. Me, it was, you want to do it. Everybody's want to take care of you. You got to take care of yourself. You're on your own. You're on. It's up to you. And Denise has always been that child that has expected something.
Well, and almost like it's all going to be okay. Somebody,
It wasn't. But unless you make it okay, it ain't going to be okay. So,
are you able to forgive?
my boundary with my mom recently was over 2 years. I started this legal career. I've been the guy who was. I spent a lot of time thinking about my past and those choices and brought those choices around. So I'm thinking about taking responsibility for my actions. And I think it's really important to do that. Well, my mom, not so much. So I was talking to her. I would start saying, she would start the conversation talking about she didn't understand why Denise wouldn't speak to her. That was one of her tropes. So, and my response started to become, well, because you were the abuser and you spent your life doing it. It was more healthy for her not to talk to you.
So she's still not able to see the flaws of her ways in the past.
So my ultimatum to my mom was, if you're able to get what you abuse for your life, accept that responsibility. Yes, it is. Other than that, I don't know. So for the first year, I was calling, cussing my wife out, cussing me out. I don't need you. I don't want to. And then got this paper out. She's like,
Your dad is dying. What do you take the way he's taking on death? Just saying, fuck it.
it's the man.
And what have you learned from that? What do you love?
He's one of these guys that, like I told my dad about the abuse and everything else. And there was a point, so, I told you about the elevators. But before that, it took me 4 years to talk about that. But it also took me 4 years to talk about, there was a point that my mom and dad would leave the house, and I would irritate people. All right, and no idea, but I would, because I'm a car. This is like all about it. It really tied the room together. Waiting for his presentation, and he had a complete. And she told me, she's like, it's a control mechanism. The only control you had was that. And she's like, kids do. And I was like, so I'm not unique. She's like, no, you're not unique in that. So that, this whole history of abuse, to me, stepped with it by trying to commit suicide, things like that. And then finally she escapes. I mean, it didn't. Not only that, my wife pointed out to me that, again, it's that Eastern Kentucky mentality. The male's expected to do things. So with me, it was almost like I stepped up to take part of those crimes so that Denise didn't have to. And she would say, Denise doesn't work. She goes off good. She's a good parent. She's an angry parent. She's a good parent. She's a teacher. Good citizen. I was just the guy that kept right on.
About girls, we asked that. So, your life on the second I'm describing some of the things she did or knew about. She said, "Quote: I once stole $1,000 worth of coins from the family trying to sell them to put a new roof on their home. Another time, I sent a counterfeit cashier's check to a victim and he ended up being arrested for it. I lied to family, friends, everyone I knew. I was a truly despicable person." One of my Ukrainian associates script had someone who owed him money kidnapped and tortured. He posted pictures of it online. Another member, Iceman, used to flood his enemies' email addresses with child pornography and call the police on them. That's some stories. Can you tell some of these stories that stand out to you that are particularly despicable or representative or interesting, which look back that define your approach and who you were? Let me say that I did want to hear about my faith. I care about it's left to you don't give a shit what you do with anybody else or with them. So that's the truth of the matter. I didn't care about your people's. This lady, that wasn't even at the beginning of my career as a cyber criminal. That was right at the last of it. Which the point. I was by that point. Shadow Crew had made the federal I've been with 26 World Force to shut us down. 33 people, 606 hours. I was the guy that we mentioned was getting away. What happened was I was the guy who was, I kind of invented this crime called tax return identity theft, and was stealing a lot of money. I worked through all the states better to get shut down. I didn't have any way to tell me there was any money, so I told me trying to protect defrauded people, having them send products and bullying conditions, what have you, my COD, and delivering out pay with it with a kind of cashier store. This lady was on eBay. She had been collecting these silver coins all of her life. You know, the U.S. currency used to be, the coins used to be silver. So she had a whole collection of these things, like, I don't know, 80, 90 pounds of stuff. And I'm a very good speaker. So convinced her that I was a legitimate person. That, I sent it to me. It was my FedEx account to do that, my UPS account to do that. I'll pay with a cashier check and take it in. You believe that? Even on the ad, she was a single parent, and there was no money that she had to put a roof on the house for her kids. And I didn't give a damn. What was more important was me at that. Can I ask you a question about the social engineering aspect, or maybe specifics like the methodology, email, phone? Maybe you can discuss this process with a bigger philosophical perspective of what is it about human beings that makes them possible to be social engineered, to be victims of fraud.
So, first, let me say that I became a social engineer as a child, right? Because the results in my environment as a child, I had to know exactly what they were making and be able to try to manipulate that for survival. So I became a social engineer for survival initially. All right, and one of the things that I've seen with a lot of cyber criminals is the exact same. They're really experts. They become a social engineer as a child, then later on they use those tools.
Which is fascinating because in order to understand what others are thinking, you have to be extremely good at empathy. So you have to
No, comma. I have thousands of subscribers, but they are on accounts that got banned, period. I have a Twitch account that has over 50,000 followers.
Not care.
Exactly, and I would argue that is not essential. Because a cyber criminal becomes no different. Most cyber criminals justify his action. So the justification becomes what's important. With me, the justification was not different from a reason. Different from a wife, different from a stupid girlfriend. So, and I believe those justifications.
Yeah, it's so bad because I care about love.
Yeah. So the big the big picture is trust. How do you establish trust with a potential victim? Right? I would argue online that trust is established through a combination of technology, tools, and social engineering. All right, so we trust our tech. We trust our
Those are just newer accounts, period.
We trust the news that comes across the line. We trust the phone numbers that show up. We trust IP addresses.
Rotate accounts every 6 months or so that if I ever do lose an account, comma, I do not lose my entire archive, period.
Then that lays the baseline of trust. At that point, you shoot in social engineering and lay whatever story that is in order to manipulate that victim to act not out of reason, but out of emotion. All of a sudden.
This is fascinating with the way people interact with the world, which is you're almost too afraid to not trust it. You have to find balance. A lot of the conspiracy theories now about distrusting institutions and thinking like everything around us. It's like I've been listening to people who believe the Earth is flat, and that conspiracy theory is fascinating to me because it basically says that you can't trust anyone. Right. Like everything you hear is a lie. So that's one. You can live that life. Or you can live a life where you're just naively trusting everything. And we as humans have to. That life is kind of full of acronyms if nobody's over. Because you meet people with a joyful heart and you get excited and all that kind of stuff. But if you do that too much, you get burned. So to find some kind of balance in terms of optimizing happiness, where you trust, but verified, and on the internet that becomes really tricky. You're almost too afraid to trust everything because you never get anything done right on the internet. But then if you trust too much, you're going to get screwed over. And so the social engineering comes in where you're like, I'm not sure if I should trust this. You kind of help them build the narrative of it's good. It's good.
So in a lot of the times, that social engineering is just feeding into what the victim wants to do. Right? It's not really coming up with the story at all. It's just knowing what that victim is, what the motivations of that victim is, feeding into that. So you have to, again, that social engineer has to almost immediately know what's driving that person. If I'm working at the phone, talking to someone over the phone, I have to know in seconds what I need to say, how I need to act to interact with that customer service agent or whoever I'm talking to.
So fascinating because you truly are empathizing with the other person. What is it? This businessman, Steven Schwarzman, I've talked to a few times. He mentioned this thing that, the way you build deep relationships, you really kind of notice things that people are telling you. It's like what they want and what they're bothered by, what are the big problems in their lives. Because everybody's saying that all the time, and what's the rest of the engineering?
Right. But if you take the time to listen, you know somebody. Absolutely. Then you have to be dismissive.
Dismiss it out.
You're looking for that just to see how I can manipulate that, is what you're trying to do. So the lady was one story, and the other truly despicable story. We'll get to in a second. But another truly despicable story. We were one of the really first groups that started fishing bass. So that is a social engineering attack. PH. Yes, PH. That's another social engineering attack. That's sending that fake email out that looks like it's coming from a website or your financial organization or whatever, and saying, hey, we've got a security problem. We need you to update your account information. But back then, no one had ever seen phishing attacks, so you could ask for all the information. You were getting just complete identity profiles on a phishing email. Nowadays, you can't do that. Nowadays, you basically credentials because it wants to be phishing. But back then, it was complete information. We had fished out 200,000 E-Trade accounts. Is what we have to login password, complete social, date of birth, name, account information. So we had access to those E-Trade accounts. E-Trade initially had no security in place, so you could cash out the account, ACH the money out to whatever account you wanted to. went through just fine. 8 of them alive on that. E-Trade got to the point where they couldn't do any ACH. You locked everything. You're still sitting on thousands of E-Trade accounts. How do you make money? Good question. Yeah, so what you do is you find some fat kid that's got his retirement, invested in blue chips. Same time, you find a penny stock. You open up a brand new account, buy into that penny stock, cash the fat cat out, buy into that same penny stock. Up and dump schemes all of a sudden. So you're destroying people's retirement accounts for just a few $1,000. Bam, bam. And of course, E-Trade's response is not our problem. It's your problem. You shouldn't give up your password or what have you at that point. And you still see that issue in scams and things like that.
Which scam?
Zelle. So, the instant payment.
Also, it's the same kind of operations, have with different
mechanisms. You can find an easy way to exploit the system, and typically the financial organization. Not our problem. Our system's secure. It's the humans. It's their errors. Well, not really. You've got some comfortability in that. You're just trying to avoid paying part of the bill.
One of the things, just to stand fishing for a bit, is it really makes me sad because there's been people on all kinds of platforms, including YouTube comments, but emails too. They figured out emails. So people are now.
I don't really do it for the monetization, period. I do it to archive the footage, period. I know once I go viral, I will be able to do endorsements and other things that make me a lot of money. When that happens, I'm going to make all of you a lot of money, because you helped me along the way, period.
So they send them an email from what looks like me with this like loving. It's the interesting thing. Emails sound like something else, right? So these are, this stage is not even, it doesn't feel automated. Or if it's automated, it's there's a human in there that's really fine-tuned with this procedure. Or maybe I'm very confused, but it's very loving the way I would write it. Well, and so think about that, right? So when phishing first comes out, you could look at the language of the text or the website and say, yeah, you're paying attention. That's so okay. So that's not an English speaking. Right? But as time has gone on, as the awareness of the phishing attack looks like, we have people who sit down making sure that that's proper. It gets worse than that, though, if you look at business email compromise, right? So the way business email compromise typically works is the attacker will find a payroll person, find a CEO. He will fashion a spear phishing, which is that's a phishing attack that's targeting one specific individual. All right, so he'll fashion a spear phishing. The way he does that is he pulls all the information he possibly can on that person, right, that CEO. Maybe he'll spear that CEO just to get the login credentials to an email, just to read the emails. He'll spit it more there. He'll start reading all these emails. He'll specifically read the emails to the payroll. See what that relationship is. Are they talking about their kids? Talking about relationships? Talking about vacation? What are they talking about? How are they talking? Are they friendly? Are they sterile? What are they doing? All right. So then he decides, well, I'm going to go ahead and spearfish the payroll partners. So then he spearfishes it and gets his credentials. At the same time, he creates a Unicode domain in whatever the company name is. All right. So instead of that alphabet I, he's got that Russian letter that looks like an I, but got the dot on it. All right. Comes back into the payroll, blocks the real CEOs, replaces that with the Unicode that's got, and then sends out a message using the correct language, the correct relationship, everything else. It says, hey, we're updating our account status. I need you to send this payment over here. They've set up a new account, all payments over here. And that is business compromise in a nutshell. All right, works great. Probably the larger the organization, the more susceptible to that kind of attack, because there's a like a distribution of responsibility, to where you're more likely to believe that, okay, this other person is responsible. I'm sure they secured items. I'm okay with seeing this.
So that's just compromise, and those crimes. And it's one thing you see about cybercrime. Cybercrime is not really. It's not the attacks are really sophisticated. The stat is 90% of every single attack uses a known exploit. It's not the stuff. It's not zero-day attacks. They're out there. But if you're a criminal waiting on a zero-day problem, you're going to start with that. The meat and potatoes are at 90%. No exploits.
And the rest is.
I do stream trading, period. I stream Bloomberg 24/7.
But it's social engineering.
Very sophisticated. Very sophisticated.
It's fascinating study.
That's an establishment of trust and using that trust to defraud them. That is.
I wish, obviously, all of these folks are.
Yes, I do, period.
Good at hiding.
I have
I wish you could
more than 2 years
tell
of
their
content
stories in a way, which is why
of
you're
me
fascinating.
going as far
Zero
north
to
as Santa Barbara, as far south
It is
as San Diego,
studying human nature.
as far
Explaining
west
it so you get
as
to understand
the
what
Pacific
our
Ocean,
points are. Our
and
our
as far
desires
east
to
as
others.
the desert and mountains, period.
Also,
I have streamed in Beverly Hills, Santa Monica,
indigenous systems and
Disneyland, you name it, period. I just don't have enough money to continue to do IRL as much as I once did, period.
Oh, it's always legal. Absolutely is.
I say absolutely. So here's what. Okay, let me construct it. So, if my friend were to spearfish like a CEO, right, and get their information, and after they get control, say of their Twitter account, they tweet something loving and positive. What's the crime?
Unauthorized access.
What would be the
That becomes a question. So no monetary cost, or was there monetary cost? Right? So you have to figure out who pays before charges are pressed. Now the crime would be unauthorized access. All right. But no real unless the person who's accounting takes exception to that. No monetary costs.
So there's not really standard like fines.
Probably not.
Right. So, I mean, that's kind of interesting. Because when I got the ransomware, when I got the 0-day attack on the QNAP last, they basically say that the criminal is QNAP, the company, for having so many security vulnerabilities. They're like, you are the victim of QNAP's incompetence. That's the way they kind of phrase it.
And see, I don't agree with that. So are we. Let's talk about a 130-page class action lawsuit printed out something more that catalog.
Your words mean more to me than I can communicate,
about
period.
vulnerabilities and lie to investors.
I truthfully mean that,
hire
period.
would, they would not pay attention to them when they said, you get these issues. They would say, go away. Shit like that for years until SolarWinds the attacks. My view on that is that the only person responsible for the crime are the criminals who did the attack, the actual criminals, not SolarWinds. Does that mean SolarWinds isn't all fucked up? They are. There needs to be some accounting in place. But the only individual, the only people responsible for crime are the criminals. And that's either online, in the physical world, what have you. Being an idiot.
Thank you so much, period. I do my best to discuss every day, period, with people, period. I don't think that we need war anymore, period. Additionally, we talk about some really interesting things for society, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, de-extinction, faster than light travel, alien disclosure, life extension technology, mind uploading technology, solar sails,
So what happens is you get a Russian group that comes in
space elevators, and other futuristic ideas.
They hack into so get access to it, and it allows them to view every single thing. I mean, every single thing about every single client that SolarWinds had. So entire snapshots of all the IP that was going on, all the emails, all the communications, every single secret that was going on with those companies. If a company had software, Microsoft, it allowed them to have source code of everything going on. I mean, it's just a complete and total nightmare.
I have that on camera, period. I can send it to you, period.
You're not. I mean, it's done.
It is live on Instagram, period. You can hear all the sound effects as well, period.
That's a catastrophic attack. So there's a huge amount of information that was read, saved elsewhere, probably. And so now there's people sitting on it. Absolutely.
It is speech to text, period. It is just faster for me to be able to speak into my phone.
This allowed the attackers to look at the source code. So they have the source code now. They go through online. Other vulnerabilities, spot new vulnerabilities, 0 days. I said 0 days aren't common, but this opens up an entire new threat space. So it's a completely catastrophic attack. Once all the chips are down, everything's tallied up, people will be like, yeah, we're done. We're done. All right, this whole conspiracy thing, we tried it. We're done. Terrifying because so you're saying that there's not been obvious big negative impact from that yet. So like
There's been a lot of negative impact. We're just starting.
right. So the capacity for destruction is huge here. How much information there is?
You know, it's interesting. So you've got Iran, North Korea, China, Russia. You got the big four. You also got Brazil. You've got all these other countries that are interested in the United States as well. Nation states are interesting depending on who the nation state is. All right, so Russia is very good about people. I mean, I used to be, you know, they'll list these guys and steal information or what have you. They should take the information they want to, and they'll basically go off and see whatever you want to. China's all about IP. North Korea's about stealing money because they don't know what the hell else to do right now. But
in North Korea,
absolutely, they've stolen a shitload of Bitcoin and everything else. So absolutely, very, very skilled attackers. Very skilled. But even if you look at, you know, I told you it's stat about 90%. All right. So even though SolarWinds is going to be the number one attack, the follow-up to that is this NotPetya attack that happened. And so that was the most sophisticated attack launched by the Russian Sandwar group using all known exploits throughout. So it's not, you're right at the sophistication. It's typically not technical sophistication, but it's that social engineering sophistication. How do you get these things put together and get wanted to attack and succeed?
but when you get access to the source code, that's where technical sophistication can really
Oh, yeah.
a lot of it.
And that's when you find out real quick. That's what separates them from the business. All right, because all of a sudden it's not, you don't have to worry about it. I've got source codes and I've got things that are looking at that. And that's your ass.
Which then enables probably even more powerful social engineering too. I mean, it's just cascading. Is this terrifying to you, by the way? This world that we're living in, as we put more and more of ourselves on the internet, into the metaverse, that there's so many more attack vectors on it.
What's terrifying to me is, I used to preach it on shop, is the idea that the perception of truth is more important than truth. It doesn't matter what the facts are, it matters what the information. That's what's terrifying. So you look at big fakes, you look at fake news, all this stuff going on, that becomes true again.
Maybe there's an angle where it's free, and nothing is true, and you can't trust anything.
But you see, because human beings, we want to trust. We do. We need human
interaction. And for that human interaction, you have to have those rituals. But it's more like you let go of an idea of absolute and more becoming like a blockchain style from something. So you let go of like, you know what? You just in the brain, you get this on the internet. You get like facts. This is the bottom is one turtle that's holding this like scroll that says these are the keys of the world. The problem is, and maybe believing that the comic objective, maybe civilization is an ongoing process of progress. So always look at everything around it. And you can call them lies, or you can call them messages, or you can call them the reasons. It's constantly going to be a shit lie and the reasons. But our hope is to over time develop bigger and bigger islands of consensus that allows us to live a stable and happy society. Don't call it free. Call it a stable consensus that creates a high quality of life for the inhabitants of the island. I mean, I love it. And then don't use no, I'm just kidding. So maybe that back you mentioned. I'd love to talk about shadow food. Maybe this is the right time to mention. Yeah, let's go to shadow food. This is such a fascinating film. So tell me the story of Billy Shadow Food, the precursor to today's darknet market. This is why you're the original Godfather.
This is it. So I get married. I fixed a car accident to get married. Got the money from that. I moved back. Like my dad. And I'm the guy that, I get from mom, I get the criminal mindset. From dad, I get that don't want to believe.
To get married.
I met, what's that? Dude, I was, how did you fall in love? My first girlfriend was a preacher. Crazy over there, they were there for 5 years. We figured out quickly that, well, not for 5 years, because I was pregnant. I can talk it, more that agnostic than anything. She breaks up with me. So I was with a Steve college. We make one up. Yeah. So I was at community college, and I was arrogant, humiliated. I appreciated it. I'm one of the greatest people in the world. Better mind. There's our walk over, there's just two guys that are hitting on it. So I just walked up, and me and Todd, that was my buddy, walked up and just sitting there and listening. And they're giving this spiel and everything. She's just kind of taking me down. I was like, you want to get out of here. And one of the guys looked at me, he's like, hey, we're talking. I was like, well, you're talking at her. You're not talking to her. I'm about to save her off from you.
Yeah, that's just pick up on the way. Get out of here.
So, start dating, and she was the girl that screwed my brains. And I fell for that. Head over heels, we got married 6 months later. 6 months. That's what it does. And I was cheating. I was a crook. She had no idea. She knew I was very right. She knew I was in the theater, stuff like that. Got a job at, I was in Hazard for the first jobs we had. So I got a job in Lexington. Okay. Got a job in Lexington at Lexmark, testing career boards, surfboards. So I would leave on a Thursday night, work 3 18-hour shifts at Lexmark back home. Got married, faked a car accident to get that. The rest of the managed to get married. And the faking of that, I had bought a Chevy Spectre car accident. My aunt had previously defrauded USA insurance on a car accident. She was telling me all about it. She's like, look, go into this chiropractor, make sure you get the insurance, pay for a rental car. pay lost wages. Pay lost wages? Yeah, they pay lost wages. I was like, he's like, by the way, you work for me. I was like, I work for you.
And you get to find the wage. And you can also
I will make sure
Exactly.
to make all your dreams come true, period. I will pay for
My cousin,
children to go to college, comma, all your friends' debt to be erased, comma, and you will be able to start charities to help people who you want to live a better life, period.
As a preschool, tells them just not to rub it, not to stitch it, just pull it. So he shows up today, we're round out the big bags, and he's got blood all over his shirt, he's still bleeding out of the mouth, everything else. I'm like, are you okay? He's like, yeah, man, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. I'm like, okay. My mom, by this point, I'm living with my grandparents. My mom is the head of a hollow. So we're like, just there to go back, like we're visiting my mom, we'll get back down, randomly. So go visit, come back out at night, run over the side of the hill, me and Ronnie walk back up the first took us the car. Walk back to my mom's, acting like we've read, she knows what time it is, and file the claims. So that gets me to get married and being an entrepreneur. And I'm a kid. My crime usually, if I was a single guy, wouldn't break the law. Well, I would be all right. But females involved. Oh yeah. Got to spend the money. Got to show them gifts. Everything else was never enough to show love in such a healthy way. Always had to get over them. Typically, it was fine. It was stealing.
So that was the way you show love, is by buying
Or something over. Back then, with Susan initially, it was don't worry about work. I got it. You just worry about going to school. She was a music major. I was like, you just worry about going to school. So don't worry about cooking and cleaning. I got it. So not only was I this guy who was overboard, but over too. Right? So I got it. So here I am, 60-hour week job, 18-hour class, number cooking, cleaning. Something had to give. I quit the job. I couldn't do it. I quit the job and start back in front. And I'm trying to hide that from her at the same time. So it was initially telemarketing. Started with, I was working, first job I had was a telemarketer at a cemetery selling grave sites. And then that ended, went over to Shriner's Hospital. And it was a third-party company on telemarketing. Made really good money doing that. That job ended, and then they pivoted over to Henry Kiwanis, selling food baskets to the food banks and everything. So I stole the phone list and started at my Kiwanis Club and would do telemarketing, go out twice a week and pick up checks. Well, what happened with this is, I'm going out to pick up checks, go knock on the door. Turns out the person I called was a law enforcement officer. So he was like, I'm like, I'm looking for Kiwanis. He's like, no, you're not. Got arrested. Spent 3 months in the county jail for theft by deception. Got out, and we had to move from Lexington back to Hazard with Susan's parents. They had gotten a desktop computer, HP, and I started surfing around online. Found eBay. And, didn't really know how to make money on eBay, but at the same time, I'm committing low-level frauds online. I don't really talk about that in the past. First time I really talked about that, but I would pay for it with bad checks. So
more, so not using platform like eBay anymore.
I would find somebody that had like a stereo system on eBay, something like that, and I'd pay for it with bad check. And wow, chase me.
Fantastic strategy.
So got the money to finally get those schemes enough to get the money back to Lexington. We got to Lexington, and by this point, I'm doing these, like I said, these schemes on eBay, and I'm like, there's got to be a better way to do that. So didn't really know how.
One night I'm watching Inside Editions with Bill Fowler, and they're profiling Beanie Babies. So I'm sitting there watching the window profile, and it's this Peanut the Royal Blue Elephant, selling for $1,500 on eBay. I'm sitting there going like, shit, I need to buy me a Peanut. My initial thought was, it's got to be really worth this Hallmark stores in Kentucky. So I skipped class the next day, went out around all the Hallmark stores looking for Peanut. No, he's on eBay for $1,500. So after a few hours of looking, turns out they had little gray Beanie Baby, $8. Picked up one of those for $8. Stopped by Kroger on the way home, picked up a pack of blue red dye. Went home, tried to dye the little guy. That was a nightmare. Turns out they're made out of polyester. Get them out of the bath. We've got the mange. And what happens is, I'm trying to dye the damn lesson. So I got online, found a picture of the real one, posted it on eBay. And I was like, well, what I can do is I can claim that's the one I've got. And then maybe claim that I got my stuff. So posted a picture of the real one online. The woman thought I had the real thing. She wins the bid. That social engineering kicks in immediately. I didn't want to be off the defensive. I wanted to put her on the defensive. So as soon as she wins the bid, I send her a message. Hey, we've not done any of this before. I don't even know if I can trust you. What I need you to do, protect us both. Go down to the U.S. Postal Service. Get 2 money orders, $1,500. Send them to me. Issued by the U.S. government. That way we're both protected. As soon as I get the money orders, I'll send you your route. She believed that. Didn't ask any questions at all. She believed that. Sent me the money orders. I cashed them out. Sent her the creature. Immediately got a phone call. I didn't order this. My response, and she got pissed. And she kept calling. What I found out, that's really the first lesson of cybercrime pussy scripters, including self-awareness. If you lay a victim on them, just keep putting them off. A lot of them get exasperated, throw their hands in the air, walk away. You don't hear from them. And none of them, to this day, complain to law enforcement. They eat it.
So it's the mixture of like you're exhausted by the process, so it's just easier to walk away. Second, almost like an embarrassment.
So there's a whole slew of reasons, right? There's the exhaustion, certainly. There's the embarrassment. So if you figure out, if you look at it, hey, where does the embarrassment? Family members who are very good about blaming the victim for crimes. Why would you click on the link? Why would you send it to somebody you don't know? Blah, blah, blah. So you've got that. You've got the issue of who do you complain to? Back then, you didn't know. You complained to local police because she's in another state. So which local police do you complain to? You complain to the feds when the dollar amounts are high. You can complain to the feds, but you continue to go local. Local's going to tell you, hey, it happened in Kentucky. Complain to them. Kentucky's going to tell you, well, shit, you're over there. We need you to come here. So there's this whole issue of jurisdiction, of the blame factor. So I got away with that. And they did have my own name at that point. Kept going. And got better. Started to understand how to hide identities, things like that. Started selling pirated software. Pirated software led it to installing mod chips. It was the initial pirated software was Sega Saturn, PlayStation. We had a mod chip to play the pirated disc. So I started selling and installing mod chips. That led into installing mod chips in television boxes so you could watch all the pay-per-view, which in turn led into programming DSS cards. Speaking of RCA satellite systems, pull the card out of it, program it, comes on all the channels. Started doing that.
Can we just pause? That is very entrepreneurial. So technically, so there's laws and rules that you're breaking on stuff. So there's also legitimate ways of doing that. Just break the rules of the conventions of the past. That's the first principles thing. That's what Elon Musk and his ilk do all the time. That is guts and brilliance. But when it's crossing the lines of the law, actually sometimes the law is outdated. The thing is, as a human being, you have to then compute the ethical damage, like ethically, the damage you're doing right up to human beings. That is fundamentally the thing that you're breaking. Is you're adding to the suffering in the world in one way or another, and you're justifying it. But in terms of me, sort of as an engineer, that is some gutsy thinking. That's how it was. Steve Jobs thought. That's innovation, and maybe just think if you can introspect your thinking process here. This is a new. I like how you remember this. HP. Like what? This is a totally new thing to you. Computers is yet another domain. How are you figuring these puzzles out? Presumably mostly alone. Alone. When you were thinking through these problems, is there? This is a strange question to ask. But, what is your thinking process? What is your approach to solving these problems?
So these crazy is you do something and you fuck it up. And you're like, you think back, okay, how do I fix that? you fix that aspect, you commit the crime again. And it goes a little bit further. And it screws up. Okay, how do I fix that? What's the issue? How do I fix it?
So there's not a deep design thinking like
Later on, once you know that reality of the way these are working, it becomes there. And you can apply that to other things in cybercrime as a whole. All right, but initially it's basically trial and error. You know, you've got a problem, you do some bad problem. All right, so how do I'm committing these crimes under my name. I solve it. Well, first principles that we started to teach on shadow through is all crimes should begin with identity. That's the main first principle. A lot of people to this day still don't get. All right, why would I commit a crime under my name if I commit it under your name? So that's the big levels. It kind of takes trial and error, and that's where you start to understand that's the way crime should operate if you're criminals. All right, but with me, it was it's trial and error. It's that childhood where that mindset is kind of ingrained in, where you're looking for ways, non-traditional ways of getting around.
I mean, one of the questions probably later is there's also a unique aspect to the outcome of what you're doing, which is one, you didn't get caught for a very long time. We'll talk about why that is. And the thing is, it's so interesting. All crime probably to be effective should start with identity. I like that identity because identity that could take so many forms. So shadow proof. So what's as we started with love.
So now we're doing these schemes online. I'm selling to these. I program these sell out business cards. And one of the interesting things, and you still see this, is something will happen that will create an industry for criminals. All right. So what happened is Canada, Canadian judge rules about the same time that I'm doing these satellite cards. Canadian judge comes out and says, "Hey, it's legal for my citizens to pirate those signals." And his reasoning was, is, since RCA doesn't sell the systems up here, my citizens get pirated. Okay. So what happened is overnight, at the same time, PayPal comes in. So PayPal's come right online at the same time. Overnight, little cottage industry pops up in the United States. We'd have Best Buy, buy the system for $100, take it out of the parking lot, open the system up, pull it, open the box up, pull the system out, pull the card out, throw the system away, program the card, ship its ass to Canada, $500 a pop. Started doing that. Businesses making $3,000-$4,000 a week doing that. I'm like, yeah, that's good. I have so many orders, I can't fill all the orders. And quickly think to myself, why do I need to fill it? They're in Canada. I'm down here. Because I found out people don't complain. All right, they're not going to complain to anybody. So I start, especially in Canada. And I'm having them send money. That's what and it amazes me that everybody is using PayPal. It's like you don't even have to really ask. They're like, "Can't we pay by?" Yeah, you can pay all day long with PayPal. PayPal had no clue what they were doing. So it's like, okay. So they're sending money to PayPal. I'm having the PayPal cashed out to bank accounts in my name, and I get scared. Because by that point, I'm still over $6,000 a week. And I'm like, somebody's going to take money. So, put it in my head, I'm like, the best thing I can do is get a fake driver's license, open up a bank account using that driver's license, cash out the ATM. Good. No idea what I got. Not a clue. So I get online, looked around, spent a couple weeks looking around. Thought I found a guy. He went by the screen name of Fake ID Man. Thought I found a guy, sent him $200, sent him a picture. Dude rips me off. I'm like, what the hell, man? Oh, I got played. He had a little website set up with reviews. I'm like, oh, it's all legitimate. Building that trust. So the end result, I got pissed. And there was no site that dealt with anything cybercrime related. The only real avenue you had was IRC chat sessions, internet relay chats. And that, I'm sure you've been on that. It's this rolling chat board. You don't know who the hell you're talking to. Most of them are full shit. You can't trust anybody if you're sitting there trying to conduct business. So, if somebody claims they've got a product or service that they have it, doesn't work, it's going to rip you off because in those channels, everyone's a criminal. I kept looking around and I happened upon a website called Counterfeit Library. And Counterfeit Library only dealt with counterfeit degrees and certificates because I was a degree on that stuff. But they had a forum and no one was using it. So I basically got out there and bitched everything. I got ripped off. What dudes? About the same time I started doing that, two other guys showed up. One's named Mr. X, he's out of Los Angeles. The other guy's named Beelzebub, he's out of Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. And we all become buddies. So, a few weeks of me bitching, a few weeks of them responding. Beelzebub gets me on ICQ, and he sends me a message. He's like, I went by the screen with $1. And he's like, $1? I can make you a new driver's license. I was like, well, what the fuck are you doing? And he's like, oh, I'm going to charge you. I'm like, yeah, you are. He's like, I am. I was like, no, you're not. And he's like, look, this business, if you're going to do this, you have to trust people or you're going to fail. He says, I'm going to charge you $200, but I'm going to send you a driver's license. Well, by this point, I'm friends with people who own Counterfeit Library. We're emailing, chatting, everything else. And I tell him, I'm like, okay, we'll send you $200. That way, when you freak me off, I'll have them ban you, and I don't have to deal with you. And he's like, bet. Okay. So I sent him $200. Sent him my picture. 2 weeks later, I got a driver's license. His name is Steve Sweat. And real guy. Worked at ADP payroll to this day. Works at ADP. This real guy was. Got the driver's license. And to me, at that point in time, it was the prettiest thing that I'd ever seen. I'd never seen a fake ID before. And I thought it was great. So it's like,
So that is kind of a strong first step in creating a fake identity.
very strong. Very strong.
So listen, that was like, guys could just on the point he made that if you're going to be successful in this, you should have people you trust. Is he right on that? So you have to have this is like you have to have an inner circle that you trust.
I'm sure you probably heard me say this before. Successful cybercrime, right? There are three necessities to being successful if you're a criminal. Three necessities: gathering data, committing the crime, and then cashing the money. All three of those necessities have to work in conjunction. Don't the crime fails. The problem, and it's a huge problem, is that one guy can't do all of things. You've got the people who gather the data, basically the general sewer steps people who sell PII, credit card logins, data pools, those sell the spoofed phone numbers, LPDs, stuff like that. A lot of the times those people don't know how to commit the crime. And most people certainly don't know how to launder the money out of cash and pocket. So you've got, either because of a skill level, sometimes the geographic location limits what that individual can do. All right, so you have to rely on people who are good in areas where you are not in order for that crime to succeed. That means you have to trust those people. So what happens with shadow DOM? All right, so counterfeit library is the start. All right, counterfeit library transitions over to shadow DOM. Right before that transition, there was a Ukrainian guy by the name of Dmitry Gopal. He was a spammer. He saw that we were doing counterfeit library, and he liked it. He was getting all these credit card details, and this kid, I mean, he's a kid. This kid has an idea. His idea was, I want to get people would buy stolen credit card details.
Pretty good Ukrainian accent.
So he picks up the phone. He calls his buddies. They call their buddies. They have a physical conference in Odessa. 150 of these cybercriminals show up. And they launched this idea. Launched this whole website called Carter's Limit, which is the genesis of all modern credit card as we know it. All right. So remember I mentioned those three necessities of cybercrime. Dmitry had all the credit data, and he partnered with all these other Ukrainians who had all this data as well. The problem was is so much fraud had been committed on the eastern side of Europe that every car had been shut down. Even if you were a legitimate car holder and tried to cash it out, you weren't doing it. So again, those three necessities, gathering data and cashing out. Dmitry had the data. They could commit the crime. They could not put cash in pocket. So we were running counterfeit library. One day I get this message, or not a message, but a script shows up. And he posts, just on the general forum, he posts, hey, I've got a credit card. Give me an address, give me a burner phone number, wait 5 business days, whatever. We had never seen anything like that. We were a PayPal fraud and eBay fraud site, and fake fraud. So and we had 2,000 to 3,000 members. So the response from the members was, that can't be real. You've got to be law enforcement. It's got to be trying to get us arrested. Let me backtrack. So the driver's license that I got, Beelzebub had an idea. What he wanted to do is he wanted to sell driver's licenses. Mr. X wanted to sell Social Security cards. He had a very passive Social Security card. Me, I had this, and I knew PayPal fraud and eBay fraud. So Beelzebub was like, tell you what, you be the reviewer. That way you get every product or service that comes in, they'll have to send it to you or let you have access to it. You can learn the entire game. And because you're not selling anything, it gives you legitimacy on the reviews. All right? So I started out as a reviewer, only on account of the library. So over the next year, Beelzebub turns out he was pot minded. He goes back to pot because he wasn't making shit, selling driver's licenses. Mr. X, about a year and a half in, he gets arrested, cashing out for driver's credit card, not credit cards, cashing out to casinos, doing some shit like that. So I'm the only guy left standing, and I'm at the top of the heap. So, and it becomes this thing where if I review somebody, they make a lot of money. If I don't, you don't do business. So script shows up saying he's got this. I'm the only reviewer on site. People think he's law enforcement. First week it goes like that. After a while, I'm like, okay, I got to do something. I'm scared because I'm like, he may be law enforcement. So I get on my ICQ and I'm like, hey, you have to be reviewed. He's like, what the hell is that? So I tell him what it is. He's like, you review. I was like, yeah, that's the idea. So give him the drop address, give him the burner phone, wait 5 business days, and I try to hit the date for $5,000. The order fails. I get back on my ICQ. Hey man, he's like, give me one more chance. He's like, look, I'll give you one more chance, but it's your ass. He's like, what's the chance? I said, okay, I'll give you another address, another phone number. Wait another 5 business days. Hit Thompson's computer warehouse for $4,000. Dell for $5,000. There goes 3 products. I posted that review on Counterfeit Library, and literally overnight, we turned from an eBay PayPal fraud site to a credit website, and that made a lot of money really quickly. Remember, we were doing now it's called CNP, card not present. So you hit online purchase stolen. Back then, a fairly experienced fraudster could profit $30,000 to $40,000. Okay. Just buying laptops, what have you, and cashing out, put them on eBay for sale, and sell them like that. $30,000 profit. Script had a lot of buddies. We have people like Roman Vega, these other guys that would sell not just credit card data, but counterfeit physical credit cards as well. We had
Counterfeit, not stolen.
the constant counterfeit.
That must be tough to do.
So the connection must be
harder than
that's
what
crazy.
drivers.
That's crazy. So so what Rolla initially had, and I became the United States salesperson for Rolla. But what he had he was the first dumpster fire in the United States. So on the back of your credit debit card, there's a magnetic stripe. 3 data tracks on the stripe. There's the first data track is customer's name, second data track is card number, / 16-digit algorithm inside of that. It's important to get back to that in a few minutes. Third data track is called indiscriminate data that uses it. All right. So what's bought and sold is the second data track. It's called the deal. And the reason that's sold is when you go into a shop, you insert the card or you swipe the card, the only information that's sent out for verification is the second data track. All right, that goes to the processor page for verification. The first data track, the customer's name, shows up on the screen, cashier in front of you. So what typically happens is you buy 10 of these cups, you get 10 counterfeit cards. In code track 2 on all 10 cards. Track 1, you create one big driver's license. Track 1 is just the name of that one big driver's license. That way when you go to the shop, swipe the card, track 2 send off your verification, track 1 shows up on the screen for the cashier. You ask for ID, you buy fake ID, everything's nice, going fuzzy, you walk out with cameras, Rolex.
And track 1 could be any. It doesn't have to be connected. It's not connected to track.
Not connected at all. That's one of the main problems, right? So, Script brought a host of technical people into that type of environment, all of the credit card that we have, the proxy providers, we have all these people that are doing this stuff. We start making a lot. And the reason that happens is, again, Script did not have the ability to cash out. So he was reduced to selling those. And at the same time, he's looking for how do I make more money. Right? The Ukrainians have put on this thing called CVV. So what happens is, everybody goes to track 2, card number, / 16. You got to know the algorithm to code it, so you can swipe the card or take it to the ATM machine. All right, you got to know it. Now we were fishing data from that. I mean, we were doing a lot of fishing, a lot. We were getting pins, we were getting card numbers, but you can't get that out of it. So the Ukrainians start testing stuff. What they found out was no bank had implemented cash on track 2. So you pick card number / any 16 digits, it will encode. Take it to the ATM, will cash out because you got a pin. All right. Started doing that.
Wait. Sorry, I'm trying to understand. So that means if there's no, are they generating random numbers, or do they have numbers for track 2?
No numbers are being lost. It was just the track 2 was a complete track 2.
Just a valid track 2 that doesn't match. So the pin is the thing that gets you
back. So back then, what we're talking about is you need to, typically today you need a whole track 2. You need that valid track 2. You need the 16-digit card number, / and then whatever that algorithm is. Right. Back then, none of the banks had implemented that algorithm. So while the algorithm was there, you didn't put it to a code.
Interesting.
So you can make a lot of money with physical fake like that. Card not present cards. Card not present card for about was $33,000 All right. That turned into $30,000 a day. The Ukrainians, again, they can't cash it out. They've got all the data on the planet. They can't cash it out. There's 3 necessities of cybercrime. So the deal became, you have to rely on the Americans. Tell you what, so you got all these cashiers that 40% of $40,000 a day. We'll take that. All right. Send the rest of it over to Western Union or what have you to your brand contact. That's before cryptocurrency came into play. Now you had a couple of forerunners, Eco, Liberty Reserve, things like that. But back then, it starts out with Western Union, then it becomes prepaid cards, sending track information over. loading the car up like that, and then you get to Eagle. It was Bay is crypto. That's good. Started spending a lot, and that got so we started to see. This is crazy. We started to see IPs coming out from law enforcement because back then they didn't know how to show their identity either. You saw Secret Service, DOD, you saw all these things, and you're like, that's interesting. At the same time, we had, it was called a hack, but it wasn't a hack. We had a guy that worked at T-Mobile Los Angeles. This is the same guy that back then published Paris Hilton's phone contacts. It made a lot of news. Not only did he do that, but it turned out that the Los Angeles Secret Service agency was using T-Mobile phones. So he's getting text messages of the Secret Service investigating shadow groups. You post those damn things on shadow groups. I'm sitting there going, head of the pile. I'm sitting there going, this is not going to end well. This is not going to end well. So at the same time, I had access. I started out with access to the Indiana State Festival. I was using that to create bank accounts, lock the money out of it, stuff like that. They shut that down. The nice database I had access to was the Texas driver's license database, and started using that to create driver's licenses, what have you. And then finally, we happened upon the California database. Complete information, mother's name, socials, BOBs, all that. And it's like, got to be used for that. Well, you can use it to create identities. My idea was, I wonder if you could take somebody that's died and then file for Social Security death benefit, not benefits, but Social Security benefits for that individual, and get that great paycheck. So that takes a lot of research to start seeing if you can do that. How does the federal government work with death? Do federal indexes reference state indexes? You've got all these questions that pop up. Well, it turns out federal indexes don't reference state indexes against the law. It also turns out the only way the federal government is dead is prior to 1998, the family had to file a Social Security death benefit for that person. All right? Prior to 98, right. Prior to 98, it's family. After 98, the hospital can do it, funeral home can do it, the family. So a lot more people have it filed after if they died. But it's still, there's a lot of people. Because that death benefit's only like $219. Okay? Nobody's thinking about it. So I started to apply for Social Security benefits. Nope. Numbers dormant. So they want you to come in for a physical interview. Here I am, 32. You're not going to pass as a 65-year-old. So no. So the next idea I had was, what if you could file it? Turns out you can't. All day long. So I started doing that. And I started to steal. And once I got ramped up, because you test everything, you're testing to make sure you guys got to figure out what the deposit instrument is and everything else. And once you get all that lined out, I started to steal $160,000 a week, every week for 10 months out of the year. By paying taxes. By filing fake. Filing fake taxes. So you find a business, and the way the system works is the IRS would issue a proof to somebody before they verify that person works for an employer. Still works like that. All right. So
You keep it in amount for
keep $3,000. Amounts are very low.
scale with the budget.
I got to where, and I was manual. Later on, a couple of buddies of mine automated.
Wait, you would do code do like there's no code at all.
I dollar return will take 6 months. Work 10 hours a day, 3 days a week.
So clicking on typing fast.
We want to return every 6 months. That's changing IP. That's changing address. I think it's one return every 6 months for 3 days a week. Fourth day, I would take a road trip, plot out a map of ATMs, and then the next 2 days, cash out, bam, bam. Come back home, rinse and repeat. Turns out a backpack, sitting around here, but a backpack will hold $150,000 in 20s is what it will hold. So I put 150K in 20s in the backpack. I had a spare bed. I come in, toss the backpack in the bedroom.
This is very, very important information. In fact, we know first we started with the volume of coal that was a ton, and next back was 150,000 pounds. So then you can multiply that by 500. I like this.
Right? Each 20 ways.
Each 20 weighs a gram.
So it can actually go by weight, which is what federal authorities do when they get a pallet of cash. They just weigh it.
Oh, they just weigh it.
So 150K is 7.5 keys of cash.
That's pretty light.
Not bad.
Yeah, you get a big backpack. Go get the goggles with it. Hey, look at. So it's great. Wait, where is that coming to the backpack?
So what happens is I didn't know how to launder money. All right, so throwing cash in the spare bedroom. One day you open the bedroom, and you're like, you got to do something with those backpacks, and that's when you start learning how to launder money. Cash-based businesses, things like that. I had a production company, I had a couple of detailing companies, I was thinking about running food trucks, things like that.
Hey, can you pause on that to take a tangent there? How does launder money operate? I mean, at that time, what years?
This is by the time the tax return schemes go into play. We're talking 2002, 2003 is when tax return started.
So, what at that time, what you're aware of now, how it evolved? How does money laundering work?
It's not that much different. It's really not. You got a cash-based business. You start laundering money or getting money through that. Say the transactions are illegal. You then start depositing into bank accounts. From bank accounts, my thing is have bank accounts in the United States, Mexico, Canada, and then finally bounce over to Estonia, which is the final destination of all stuff. And the idea is to try to move them to so many places that by the end of the day, it's legal and you can't trace it all. But so cash-based businesses.
So when you say, sorry to interrupt, the cash-based businesses, you have